aware what changes are happening.
Our role extends beyond advocacy to shaping policy and driving change. With 50 plus sector specific committees in areas like infrastructure, civil aviation, energy, logistics, sustainability, finance, defense.
तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा thanking our dignitaries again for joining us. And as a formal welcome to them, may I request Mr. Sanjeev Edward, Chair, Civil Aviation Committee, PHDCCI, and from the GMR Group, to kindly felicitate Mr. Piyush Srivastav, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, with a green plant and a memento. Thank you so much, sir, for coming all the way during Parliament session and being a part. Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Michael Jain, Co-Chair, Civil Aviation Committee, to kindly felicitate Dr. Sharat Kumar, Honorable Member Operations, Airports Authority of India. Sir is joining us for the first time, and we hope to have him for our next editions. So meanwhile, May I request Dr. Jitendra, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, to kindly felicitate Mr. Rocco Marzio, Project Coordinator, Air Tech Italia. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for all our dignitaries, please? Thank you. And requesting Dr. Jitendra to please welcome Mr. Stefan from Gate for bringing the exhibition third year running. Thank you so much. And also welcoming Ms. Miriam, Head of Marketing Gate. A warm welcome. I hand over the session to Dr. Jitendra Singh.
Thank you, Bhavna. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to third edition of Indiairport. And as we gather here together for this momentous expo and summit, let me reiterate that this is one of the best, I'll say, summits and one of the best expos in this aviation sector, particularly in technology and infrastructure that is happening in Delhi. And in fact, it's an honor to stand before all of you for this very, very pertinent expo and summit. And in fact, as we know that this summit that we are organizing along with the expo, so this represents all our past achievements and also an opportunity to discuss like what all opportunities are there for us in times to come. And as we know that the aviation sector is witnessing unprecedented growth, with passenger traffic projected to be around 3.5 billion by 2047. So what a humongous opportunity for all the stakeholders in aviation industry to actually soar to new heights. It comes with new business opportunities, new, some of the new ecosystem players, particularly in MROs, in drone, in helicopter. They are in fact witnessing an unprecedented growth that has never happened before. So, but this growth also comes with some of the challenges, and also there are some looming, issues also that we need to address. So, one of the important, rationales of, doing this summit is to understand what are these solutions for those challenges that we need to surmount, and what should be the strategic, inputs, the throughputs, as well as the strategic, changes that can be done in the policy, particularly from government perspective, to make them more amenable for this growth opportunity for the aviation sector. And one of the important aspects of this Expo and Summit is basically to go for PPP models, the public-private partnership model, because this is very essential for driving innovation and efficiency in airport operations. So by leveraging private investment and expertise, we can accelerate infrastructure development, technology development, and improve service delivery. And also successful models from other regions, such as those seen in Middle East, can actually serve us as a valuable benchmark for all of us. And at the same time, as we are, every company is targeting for carbon net zero, so what are the ESG goals, what are the sustainability goals that we need to keep in mind at the handset, so that our business goals actually they are in sync with offsetting the carbon also. So in order to understand all the nuts and bolts and nuances that what should be the way forward, what should be the future prospects, what are the business opportunities? In fact, we'll be coming out with a white paper post this very important pertinent summit. And without any further ado, I will request Mr. Sanjeev Edward, the Chair for Civil Aviation Committee at PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly come here on the dais. And sir, please share your thoughts and deliberations with the august audience, please. Over to you, Mr. Mike Edward. Mr. Sanjeev Edward, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, our esteemed colleagues. It's both an honor and a privilege to address this gathering at the third edition of this Indiairport Expo and Conference. It's an extraordinary platform where visionaries and innovators actually converge to shape the future of aviation and the airport technology. As the chair of the PhD CCI Civil Aviation Committee, I stand before you not just as a representative of the organization, which is deeply invested in India's aviation growth, but also as a passionate advocate of transforming our nation into a global leader in this very dynamic aviation industry that all of us are part of. The Indian aviation sector is on the threshold of an unprecedented growth, with the government planning more than 920 billion in airport infrastructure. The roadmap is clear: to operationalize 200 airports by 2025 and add another 200 in the next 2 decades. And this ambition is not just about numbers. It's about creating a world-class ecosystem that democratizes air travel, makes it accessible to every Indian, and supports the aspirations of a young and a vibrant nation. The last decade has already seen the doubling of our airport infrastructure from 74 to 157. And this momentum actually inspires us to act fast, think big, and deliver excellence collaboratively. Infrastructure is at the heart of India's aviation ambitions. Regional connectivity schemes like the UDAN have been transformative, linking Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities to the major hubs. However, the challenge also lies in expanding the capacity at our metro airports, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, all of which are nearing limits, and how do we continue to bridge the infrastructure gaps and make sure that we are ready to serve this growth. As one of the leading airport operators, we have also witnessed firsthand how investments and infrastructure can unlock immense value. Our Delhi and Hyderabad airports have been models of efficiency, innovation, setting benchmarks for passenger satisfaction, and also sustainability and operational excellence. But as a country, to support a projected passenger volume of 412 million by 2025, and the exponential growth that will follow, we must continue to invest in modernizing existing airports and developing greenfield projects. Today, technology is also at the backbone of modern aviation, whether it is AI-powered analytics for maintenance, or blockchain for secure transactions, or advanced biometrics like Digiyatra. You know, the future of aviation lies in digital transformation. Even the eVTOL vehicles, which are poised to revolutionize urban mobility, while drones are also reshaping cargo logistics, surveillance, disaster management. We recently saw them extensively used in flooding in some of our states. You know, these technologies are no longer concepts. They are realities which we must integrate into our ecosystem. As an airport operator ourselves, we are also embracing these innovations, deploying state-of-the-art passenger flow management systems, and investing in advanced air cargo handling technologies and connectivity. The potential for efficiency and enhanced passenger experience is limitless. You know, India's aviation industry owes much of its progress to the forward-looking reforms of our government. The uniform 5% IGST on MRO services is a game changer, making India a cost-effective hub for maintenance and also repair and overhaul. You know, additionally, initiatives like the Cape Town Convention and efforts to streamline regulatory frameworks are creating a favorable environment for investments, making us a very attractive destination. You know, these changes actually inspire confidence not only among the domestic stakeholders, but also among the global players seeking opportunities in India. And you can very clearly see it from the vibrance just outside this hall, you know, of people actually wanting to come and set up shop here and engage with the industry over here. While we celebrate our success, we must also address the gaps. You know, we are building indigenous aircraft. Our plans are to develop indigenous aircrafts, fostering R&D, encouraging transfer of the cutting-edge technologies. which are critical to reducing the dependence on imports. Moreover, as we expand our fleet and infrastructure, we must remain committed to sustainability. Green airports, energy-efficient technologies, and eco-friendly operations are no longer optional, they're actually imperative in the way we do business. Hence, Indiairport Expo, we see it as a catalyst for collaboration. This expo serves as a microcosm where the future, actually what the future holds for us. Over the next 3 days, as we explore advancements in airport technology, ground handling, MRO innovations, and drones, let us continue to remember that underlining all of this is the need to collaborate. You know, it is through partnerships between the government, the private sector, and the global stakeholders that we will unlock the true potential of India's aviation industry. As we look ahead, let us commit to a shared vision to make India a global aviation hub, to create opportunities for millions of our fellow citizens, and to redefine what is possible in this industry. This is not just a vision for India, it's a vision for the world. Together, we can ensure that aviation is built on the pillars of innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity. Thank you for your very patient hearing, and I wish the Expo and the conference tremendous success, and let us make this a very defining moment in our Indian aviation story. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Edward. Mr. Edward is the chair for Civil Aviation Committee at PHDCCI. In fact, you have laid the foundation of this summit and expo. And as you know, you are pitching for making India as a global aviation hub. I am sure the domain experts, the subject matter experts will definitely dwell more on this. That what are the strategies, what are the nudges that are required to make India as the global aviation hub. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Michael Jain, our co-chair for Civil Aviation Committee at PHDCCI, for sharing his perspective with the audience, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third edition of the Indiairport. I've been here for the first two editions as well, and I have to say that the size has grown much larger. So I would like to say a special thank you to Dr. Sharad Kumar, Honorable Member Operations, AAI, Airports Authority of India, and Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and to our dignitaries and also the dignitaries from the German Embassy. It is very nice to have Mr. Sanjeev Edward talk before me because he's already covered all the points that I wanted to cover. It's been a year since we were here last, and it seems like that time has flown by quite quickly, but the amount of work that has happened in India, especially at the airport sector, is huge. And that is the predominant reason why we are here. This growth is going to continue to happen, and I feel, and I think my colleagues and the senior members here will agree that India is not going to stop at least for the next 10-15 years in this growth. So I welcome everyone again here, and thank you for attending, and I wish everyone a lot of success at the Indiairport exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jain, for sharing your ideation. I would like to invite Ms. Miriam Shonrock, Head of Marketing Gate, for sharing, ma'am, your thoughts with the august audience, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the invitation. It's a great honor to take part in this opening ceremony of this important fair as a representative of GATE, the leading airport technology network. It's the third time our association is participating in the Indiairport, and this year even supported by the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Our association is here with 13 members. That fills me with particular pride And as you can see, India is of great interest in Germany. Last month, our Chancellor and our Vice Chancellor visit your country, and now, a few weeks later, we are here again. I think this is because our association have long recognized the immense potential of your market. Mr. Sanjeev Edwards already mentioned so many impressive numbers. I think I don't have to repeat them. Maybe one interesting fact, industry experts predict that by next year, New Delhi will handle 1 million passengers, positioning itself as the world's second busiest airport in the world after Atlanta. And one additional fact, the Mumbai to Delhi route is already the third busiest in the world. So Mr. Sanjeev Edwards said, you are creating a world-class ecosystem, and you have to face some challenges. But hopefully, our members, the members of GATE, can support you. We're here with 13 members. They have big production sites in India, starting from state-of-the-art baggage handling systems to biometrical, facial recognition, and advanced security systems. So to say, we as suppliers are architects of the infrastructure that enables seamless and modern airport experiences. As was already said, let us use this trade fair as a platform to exchange new ideas, strengthen partnerships, and try to shape the airports of tomorrow together. Thank you all for your attention, the invitation, and I wish us all an inspiring and successful Indiairport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mediam. Now with this, I'd like to invite Mr. Rocco Marcusio, Project Coordinator at Italy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rocco Marcuccio. I'm the General Manager of AirTech Italy. It's the main business association in Italy of the companies specialized in solutions, technologies, products for the airport system. This is the second time that we are here in the airport, the second edition, because of following the growing interest of our companies to scout here the lots of opportunities that the aviation market in India offer. So we are trying to have a relationship not only with the institutions, but with the companies and all the organizations in India that could be partners of our business. AirTech Italy is representing now 40 companies in Italy. We serve about more than 500 airports all over the world, including the 60 largest international airports. 70% of the production and the products of our companies are exports in the world. So there is a very high level of internationalization of our activity. We have 96 representative office branches and subsidiaries all over the world through our companies. And we act under the umbrella of our leading Italian aviation agencies, ENAC and ENAV. We are here in Italian pavilion representing 7 companies. I believe that next edition we will be more because of the interest for this market. So I wanted to thank all the organizers for us for inviting in this special event. I wanted to thank the Indian institutions. Please visit our pavilion. We will come today and tomorrow for having relations and contacts with you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rocco. In fact, now the time has come to understand the perspective of the regulators, people who are behind the wheel in terms of making policy, making different legislations, particularly for the civil aviation sector. So I'd like to invite Dr. Sharad Kumar, Honorable Member Operations, Airports Authority of India, to kindly come here, sir, on the podium and share your deliberations with the august audience, please.
Very good morning and namaskar to all. I'm so happy and delighted to be here. This is my first time, your third edition. So I was discussing with Srivastav sir. It's really wonderful, and we need not to go to abroad to see all those products and companies which we have brought over here. And really delighted. And one more thing to share, we are celebrating our 75th year of Constitution of India. So I would like to have a big round of applause from all of you. On this day, 75 years back, we have accepted the Constitution, which has been now proved to be the most lively document, and the country is governed by them. And I take the privilege of thanking the organizers. Number one, Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PhD, CCI, Mr. Sanjeev Edward, good friend of me, Mr. Michael Jain, Ms. Miriam Shonnock, Mr. Rocco Marukio, and sorry for the pronunciation if it is wrong, and my dear sir, Shri Piyush Srivastav ji, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, where we work together day in and day out. And just to give my thought, I must congratulate the organizers first, as I said earlier. And it's a pleasure to be part of this third edition of this unique international 3-day expo and summit organized by PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industrial Communication, IFW, Heidelberg Expo, GM, BH and Gate, Germany, India Airport Expo 2024, and to speak on a topic that is of paramount importance to the economic growth and the connectivity of our great nation. The aviation ecosystem in India, specifically the future growth prospects of airports and the aviation sector. At the AI, we are committed to spearheading this evolution, ensuring that our airports and skies are not only gateways to destinations, but also harbingers of economic progress and national pride. India's aviation sector has come a long way in the past few decades. And I must tell you, we are also going to celebrate 100 years of our Kolkata airport. It was started in 1924. We are going to celebrate our airport completing 100 years. It's a big milestone. Today we are the third biggest, largest aviation market in the domestic sector in the world, with an ever-growing number of passengers flying both domestically and internationally. The aviation ecosystem in India is a vital cog in our economic wheel, contributing significantly to employment, infrastructure development, tourism, trade, and now one more point is the medical tourism. So you will find that the medical treatment is much more costlier, and you don't get the appointment also in European countries and the advanced countries, and people prefer to come to India, to Chennai and other places, get treatment over there, stay for a week and go back. As of today, we have around 157 airports, operational airports, with many more in the pipeline, and they are operating at the world-class standards, providing state-of-the-art facilities for passengers. These airports not only handle millions of passengers annually, but also serve as critical gateways for trade and business. Today, I want to discuss the ambitious roadmap that India has set for its aviation industry, a vision powered by innovation, infrastructure, and inclusivity. The Government of India has charted an unprecedented course, planning to invest INR 920 billion, approximately $11 billion US dollars, in airport infrastructure. This investment aims to elevate India to new heights by increasing our operational capacities. Currently 157 to 200 by the 2029. This additional 200 airports are envisioned over the next 2 decades, so that becomes 200 plus 200, total 400. So that's our planning. As the speakers were telling you, the growth engine is here. Another 25 years, India is there in the aviation market as a leader. This is not a statistical milestone. It reflects our commitment to making air travel accessible to the common man and delivering world-class aviation ecosystem across the nation with modern and state-of-the-art facilities and technology. At the pace of the country's aviation ecosystem is expanding, we would be needing around 4,000 more planes, aircrafts, machines in the next 20 years. Currently, Indian carriers are operating around 800 planes and more than 1,200 aircrafts are on the order. You must be knowing the biggest order India has placed by Indigo and the Air India. At AI, we are proud to be the part of this growth story and look forward to collaborations through public-private partnership with mega investment in this sector. These investments fuel the development, modernization, and expansion of the airports, ensuring that they are equipped to meet the needs and demands of a growing aviation ecosystem. As we look to the future, several factors will contribute to the continued success of India's aviation sector. India's growing middle class, with its increasing disposable income, will continue to drive demand for air travel. Government initiatives such as Udan scheme have been a game changer in providing affordable air travel to smaller towns, Tier 2, Tier 3, and regional destinations, making air connectivity a viable option for more people across the country. The earlier notion was it is for rich and affluent is no more valid. Our Prime Minister has given a message, Ude Desh ka Aam Aadmi, Aam Nagrik, that is Udan. You must be knowing that it is connecting so very fast, then we are going to hinterland of our country to provide the air services. Technological innovations, from biometric-based check-in to automated baggage handling and digitalized air traffic management, technology is central to improving operational efficiency and passenger experience. The adoption of new technology is key to scaling India's aviation infrastructure to meet future demands. As India's aviation sector continues to grow, one of the most exciting prospects lies in the opportunities for international technology transfer. This involves the exchange of knowledge, innovation, and best practices from global aviation leaders to the Indian markets. Moreover, green technologies such as energy-efficient building designs, solar power installation, and sustainable waste management practices will help India's airports not only meet the rising demand, but also align with the global sustainability goals. Innovations in air traffic management area where technology transfer can have a significant impact as India's airspace become more congested with increased air traffic. International expertise in air traffic control technologies and procedures will be essential to improving capacity and minimizing delays. By leveraging global expertise and cutting-edge technologies and our capabilities, India's aviation infrastructure and operational capabilities can be enhanced rapidly. This will lead to faster growth in capacity, improved efficiency, and reduced congestion at the airports, and put India's position as a global aviation hub. Another critical aspect of our vision is to develop indigenous capabilities. India's aerospace industry possesses a unique competitive edge with a skilled workforce, established manufacturing bases, and a robust R&D infrastructure. Yet to become global leader, we must choose technological gaps through innovation. Our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of a Viksit Bharat 2047 challenges us to achieve self-reliance in aerospace design and manufacturing, cementing India's position as a preferred destination for both civil and defense aviation. In conclusion, India's aviation sector is on the cusp of remarkable transformation, with increasing demand for air travel, significant investment in infrastructure, and a growing focus on sustainability. The future looks incredibly promising. Together with foreign and indigenous technology and best practices, we'll be able to accelerate our progress, improve efficiency, and embrace the future of aviation with confidence. The opportunities for growth and development are immense. And as a nation, we must seize these opportunities to build an aviation ecosystem that is not only globally competitive, but also inclusive, sustainable, and ready for the future. Thank you all, and let us continue to propel India towards a brighter and more connected future. Jai Hind. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Sharath, for a very, very inspiring speech. And in fact, you have motivated all of us in terms of committing the leadership position of India as the global aviation hub in times to come, and with strong commitment from Minister of Civil Aviation, and with top bureaucrats like Dr. Sharath Kumar and Mr. Piyush Srivastava. I am sure the time has come wherein we are in the phase of leapfrogging rather than going just by incremental growth. Thank you very much indeed. And now I'd like to invite, in fact, our guest of honor for the plenary address, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, for sharing his insights. In fact, Mr. Srivastava has been a strong supporter of all the addition of Indiairport and of PHDCCI. In fact, we feel that his presence only actually marks one of the important milestones for the success of any expo and summit in India. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that rousing introduction. Seated on the dais with me, Dr. Sharath Kumar, Dr. Jatinder Singh, Mr. Sanjeev Edwards, Mr. Michael Jan, Ms. Miriam Shonrock, Mr. Rocco Maruccio, and last but not the least, Mr. Stephen Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, seated on the dais while I was having a word with Mr. Michael, I actually complimented him for his crisp speech, and he told me that the advantage of speaking late is that everything that you want to say is already spoken, so you can keep it crisp. And with each passing speaker, while I heard them with awe, I realized this palpably, that everything that I wanted to say has been spoken. So I'll try and keep it crisp and short, and also make my best effort to keep you awake, because it appears that the morning coffee hasn't reached the audience. So we'll try and keep you awake at least for the next 5-7 minutes. Today is actually a very eventful day, very important day in the history of India, as Dr. Sharath Kumar pointed out. We celebrate the 75th year of the adoption of the wonderful document which we call the Constitution of India. Excuse me. The Constitution of India has actually been the bedrock, the very foundation on which we have developed this wonderful democracy. And the democracy in turn has spearheaded, facilitated, and laid the foundation for the development of the economy, which is manifested in the growth of the aviation sector. The microcosm that Mr. Sanjeev Edwards was mentioning, that this particular convention of Indiairport organized by PhD Chamber is actually very true. This is a microcosm of technology when we peer at the future. And the future invariably has to be dictated and also designed by the technology. And nothing manifests more in the form of technology in aviation. Probably aviation is the biggest manifestation of technology, whether it is the hardware or the software. Technology is embedded everywhere in aviation. And if we want to take this forward, The trick would be to innovate continuously, make investments appropriately and judiciously, and also to integrate technology to its various uses. I must really thank the PhD Chamber for giving me this opportunity. I have seen this event from the first event onwards. I was here, and last year also I was here. And it is always nice to see the event grow. And actually, its growth should mirror the growth of the economy and the aviation sector at large, which it is doing indeed. Harping back to the issue of the Constitution. You know, the Constitution, the foundation of the Constitution embedded in the preamble mentions 4 things. It talks about justice, it talks about fraternity, it talks about equality and liberty. And civil aviation enables all these 4 things. I mean, justice, if you look at justice, Indian civil aviation in particular has been at the forefront because the various dimensions of justice, one of them is social justice, and women empowerment is a very powerful method and indicator of social justice. India's civil aviation, especially the pilots, the people who get the aircraft airborne, is represented in a disproportionately large numbers by the women. I am saying disproportionately in comparison to the international numbers. In India, we have still a higher aspiration. We have reached around 16%. We would want it to go up to whatever it happens. The happiest would be when we have 50% representation of women in the aviation sector. The other aspect is the liberty. The liberty is ensured because you are now free to travel wherever you want because of the easy accessibility of flights, the proliferation of airports, the quality of airports is improving, and the number is increasing. Dr. Sharat Kumar mentioned the numbers. We are at present 157 airports, likely to go up to 220 in a short while, and then the number will only go up. What will be the magnitude of the number would also depend on the fact whether the aviation sector continues to grow in the linear manner or there's a disruptive technology. Since technology is the theme, we'll talk about technology. Disruptive technology which makes the aviation as we know it today completely outdated, and there might be a new form of transport, or maybe the form that is already there might become so efficient that we might need a different set of infrastructure for flying. The Ude Desh ka Aam Nagrik is a natural corollary of the expansion of the airports and the acquisition of aircraft that the country is having. The requirement at the airports as of now, which is being increasingly also implemented, is digitization and automation. We are having biometric-based systems, smart security, and AI-driven check-in processes, which actually make the operations more efficient. But the other dimension of technology, especially when you have an increasing number of aircraft coming in the country, would be the maintenance, repair, and overhaul mechanism, which is also a priority for us. But the bigger question is, how do we get off the ground? The number of MROs in the country has really increased. We now have around 149 registered MROs in the country. But if you look at the big players who can do the complete overhaul, there would be 5 or 6, and of them, the AISL is the big elephant in the room. It controls 2/3 of the entire MRO business in the country. So obviously there is a huge scope for growth. That growth will obviously be powered by the innovation and the frugal manufacturing processes that we have, the skilled manpower we have. But it will require another thing. It will require an import of technology because of various IPR issues. We would not have access to that technology directly. So that import of technology will come through collaboration. So events like this we are having today, where there are international players who are also here, would be very, very useful and in many ways a catalyst to the import of technology, which is also in many ways inevitable, considering the fact that all the market for MRO in the country, in the world actually, is going to be in this part of the world. It makes sense that we have investments and collaborations in this area, in this geographical location itself. So India has a great future in the MRO business also, as I see it. Another aspect is the cargo. The cargo business actually grows in the belly of the passenger aircraft largely. 85% of the cargo that flies off and into the country is in the belly of aircraft. The belly capacity will obviously increase since we are having a large number of aircrafts on order. So it is going to increase exponentially. What would be required is at the back end, we also upgrade the technology. The technology will have different dimensions. One is, of course, the technology, the mechanization at the airport, the terminals themselves. The other would be the other stakeholders who actually get the cargo and bring it to the airport. They have to be technologically savvy also. And the two technologies, or rather the three technologies, including the technology that the aircraft use, have to be able to speak to each other so that the efficiencies actually proliferate. The other dimension of this would be the technological advancement of the regulatory processes. One of them would be the, I know it will make many people very happy when I say this, the customs processes. They have to be online and faceless, which is something that has been enabled to some extent, and I'm happy to state here that the Department of Revenue is now also in the process of a massive upgrade in that, in the sense that all the regulated agents who are presently there in the ICE gate, but not actually enabled by the ICE gate, will also be enabled to do it by upgrading their technology. So this is a work in progress, and that will only improve the efficiencies in this. I think I could go on and on. I could speak about seaplanes. I could speak about the need for leasing in the country. But I'd leave it for another day, considering that the session is already late and you are waiting for the next session to start, and probably more importantly for your coffee, which has been eluding you for some time now. So I stop here, but before that, I think it will be only fair to mention that our aspiration to grow cannot be divorced from the need for having a sustainable growth. Sustainable is not just an economic sustainability. It's probably, more importantly, the environmental sustainability that we need to look at. As of now, even as we speak here, the airports are aware of this and they are working in big way. There are a couple of airports which in fact are contributing more to the environment than what they are taking out of the environment, which is a good thing, and that should be the aspiration for all the airports in the country. Almost 3 dozen odd airports have already put in processes to make it solar energy specific. The STP and the water treatment plants are being worked at. The water, whether it has to be harvested or it has to be used for replenishing the groundwater, would depend on the local factors, but these are to be taken into consideration. And I am sure with the efforts that the airports are doing and the priority of the government, our commitment to be carbon neutral by 2070 would not just be met, but actually we would beat that target by a decade, if not more, at least in the civil aviation front. So on that note, which again is a positive note, I think I'll stop here. And once again, thank you very much to the PhD Chamber and the organizers of this wonderful event. I wish this event a great success. And I am sure that at the end of it, as usual, we'll have good inputs for policy interventions, and we'll be happy to take it forward. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastava, for your wonderful address. In fact, your closing remarks on sustainability definitely is a leadership talk, because until unless we make our things, our processes, our products, our services sustainable, the growth, the unsustainable economy will not last for long. And as all the airports are now geared up towards sustainable development agenda, I am sure that with this carbon neutral agenda, when we are striving to make our nation carbon net zero by 2070, as rightly said by Mr. Srivastava, probably maybe a decade earlier we will be able to achieve this goal, particularly in the civil aviation sectors. So thank you very much indeed, sir, for your thought leadership speech. And now I would like to invite Mr. Stephen Kress. Mr. Stephen is the MD, IFW Expo, for the vote of thanks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers of Indiairport 2024, Radical Communications and IFW Expo Heidelberg, we thank you very much for your presence, for your interest in the show, in the conference. As previous speakers have already mentioned, the show has grown, the show has doubled basically, and that shows that the interest is growing and that the branch is developing just fine. I know that in the end, India is expecting from producers of technology, of technique, of equipment of all kinds, that they finally do technology transfer and they start producing in India. This goal is understandable, and the market size of India does explain that. But for many German, Italian, other European companies, the first step is to be present in the market, to find a dealer, to find access to decision makers in India, and that's why this platform is hopefully providing exactly that. And I wish you a successful show, a successful conference, and I thank all the honorable guests on the dais for their input, and I hope there will be a lively discussion during the day and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and may I request all the delegates to give a big round of applause to our dignitaries for coming here all the way. Can we hear it louder, please? Thank you so much. May I request all the dignitaries to please stand for a group photograph, and requesting Dr. Sharad and Piyush Srivastava sir to please spare 5 minutes to meet with the German delegation that has come specifically to meet in the VIP lounge. Thank you. Datta, Chief Executive Officer, Reliance Airports. Mr. Bart D'Souza, Country Head, NATS India LLP, and he shall be moderating the session. Thank you very much. Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh, Business Head, Aerial Work Platform, Gemini Power. Mr. Shailesh Vagmare, President, Medant Group. Mr. Mauryo Ronkari, Mr. Simon Pratesi, and Mr. Inderjeet Singh to please join us for this session on the dais. Thank you. Please, sir. Thank you. We'll get tea, coffee served. Sir, you want to do it?
No, no, I'll do it from here. I'll do it from here.
From here?
Yeah. Yep.
Requesting all the delegates to please join us back so that we can start this session on time. Thank you so much. All the exhibitors and the delegates outside to please join us. Thank you.
I know the next session guys are waiting for us. So we're exactly about 15 minutes delayed. So we'll try to keep to time, gentlemen. So just on behalf of all of us here in the audience, a very, very warm welcome to this very interesting session that we're having at this panel. And I'd like to especially thank Bhavna and the PhD CCI for this wonderful panel that they put together. It's where we complement one another. In a sense, you've got airport operators, you've got the terminal side, you've got the air side, you've got the curb side, and you've got the airspace right here. So what I would say is that the format for this session will be, I would request each one to introduce themselves and give me opening remarks for just about a minute, 45 seconds to a minute. And thereafter, we'll go on to the next round of the panel discussion. Is that okay with all of you? Good. So I'll start with Mr. Inderjit Singh from your side. Could you please give a quick introduction and opening remarks? Yeah, the mics, please use the mic. Please use the mic on the table. You can be there. There are mics on the table. I would request each of you to take on the mics, please. Yeah. The mic, please, mic. The hand mic. Can I request the technicians to please?
Hello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be amongst all of you. As Bart mentioned, my name is Inderjit Singh. I work for International Civil Aviation Organization headquartered in Montreal. And before joining them about 5 years back, I was the CEO of Delhi Airport. So if I must start my presentation.
That's all. Thank you, sir. You can just give your opening remarks, sir.
Okay. Well, I think we all must be very proud to belong to this industry, whether we are in airports, airlines, or aircraft manufacturing. Every industry, for that matter, is very, very important, be it tourism, commerce, trade, health, whatever. But I emphasize on being very proud belonging to this industry because, as you all probably know, the United Nations, which is in the process of implementing the SDGs by 2030, after a few years, has chosen aviation as the prime industry. And in fulfilling the 17 goals, aviation, officially declared, helps in 14 such goals.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, that's the highest one could think of.
Thank you, sir. We'll go on to the next participant, please. Mr. Simone Patresi.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I'm Simone Pratesi, CEO of RECO. Thank you for inviting me and speak about the innovation that we run every day. We specialize in biometrics technology. After starting the company 7 years ago as Italian police supplier of a large face recognition system that manage more than 20 million faces. We are able in less than half a second to identify a person if make part
First of all, a big thank you to the organizers for such a beautiful event. I think these 2 or 3 days is going to be phenomenally amalgamation of a lot of people, thoughts, industry experts, and that's something which has been globally doing a lot around, but great to see it in India, that we have such a platform that where we'll be interacting with so many people and bring the best of practices for India. And being in the Reliance airports, whatever I see in the next 3 days going to be, whether it is MRO operations or a flight training or a cargo, we as airport operators have been providing the space, logistics, support, technical know-how, automation, and a lot of digitization support. So that all this can actually work out and we can be globally at par with any Western or American companies or American airports. So I look forward to this eventful meeting and see how that we can collaborate our best of opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Snehashish. So, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief introduction about myself, my name is Bart D'Souza, and I lead the NATS UK, who are the air navigation service providers in UK and across some other countries, neighboring countries. We also have technology tools, work closely with the airports, help them optimize and reach their potentials. For a starting point, let's say all airports operate in an ecosystem that is unique and defined by domestic requirements and global demand. India and the wider Asia region is experiencing some of the strongest growth. We've heard about it in the last session. It is incumbent on us to ensure that aviation infrastructure can support our current and future operations in a safe and sustainable way. I'm sure in the last session we heard the word sustainable technology a number of times. But what it really means, what do each of these really mean for us? We can only do this by optimizing the infrastructure we can see, that is the airport, and importantly the runway. And importantly also is the infrastructure that we can't see, that is the airspace. We can do this through continual performance improvement and by harnessing the power of new technologies. We have on this panel Dr. Inderjit Singh, who I would start with. He was earlier the CEO of Indira Gandhi Airport here in Delhi, and he has traveled to more than 25 countries as ICAO rep. Mr. Inderjit Singh, what do you think makes the aviation industry foremost? And what is the significant ingredient or the element that you see that makes the airports future ready? How do you see connecting the air side, terminal side, and the curb side, in your perspective, working with ICAO? Yeah, over to you, sir. You got the mic, sir.
You want me to come there?
Yeah, no, you can speak from there, sir.
Okay. But you use the word terminal. I think terminal is a misnomer.
Put the mic closer to your mouth, sir. Yeah.
You use the word terminal. To my mind, terminal is a misnomer because airport is a place where you go to go away. The terminal is your home or your hotel from where you begin and you end up your journey. It's a matter of words. I mean, you could call it airport terminal or you may call it an interface building. I prefer to call it an interface building because that changes our psyche. We start looking at it from a different angle altogether the moment we think that airport is a place where you go to go away. You come to a conference, you go to a hotel, you go to a hospital, you go and stay for 2 or 3, 4 days. But when you come to the airport, you actually are coming there to just go away. So the transition from one mode of transport, let's say the taxi, the car, or the landside mode of transport, to airside, which is the aircraft, should be very smooth. And in fact, if you have heard about this famous philosopher and engineer called Buckminster Fuller, whom people know as Bucky, the inventor of geodesic dome, had mentioned about painless airports. That means you go through an airport, go through the formalities from landside to airside without any botheration. Of course, the goodies like duty-free and restaurants notwithstanding, but that should be a choice, not a compulsion. You shouldn't be dragging all the way through all that. It should be in the passing. So that's one. And number two, as I see, aviation comprises of airports, airlines, and aircraft. And I always tend to compare these three. See, they may sound basic, but it's important to know. And that makes a philosophy and makes a better airport to exist. We have come a very long way in last few years. In fact, I have a coin here. If we say airline and airports are two sides of the same inseparable coin, but they tend to look on two different directions. I mean, in my experience of, you mentioned 25 airports, I'm not as ancient as it may sound. My assignments have been for 15 days, sometimes 20 days, the longest being in Mauritius for 3 years. So what we have learned the hard way, that there has to be a symbiotic relationship between airports, airlines, and aircraft manufacturing. If there is no relationship, they are like an inseparable coin, the aircraft being the third dimension of the coin, which brings together, because that's common to airports and airlines. So this was my answer to when you mentioned about terminal. But the whole idea is to make it as painless as possible so that you just sail through the process rather than being, every part of it should not stand out as an obstacle.
Thank you so much, sir. My next question will come to Mr. Simoni, and you could pass on the mic to him, sir. Our industry is built upon a foundation of safety, and we can leverage the benefits of new technology delivered to constantly improve safety while our growing operations to meet demand. Technologies create efficiencies, consistency, and predictability across the ATM systems. And we can see where we have developed innovative solutions into some of the world's busiest airports and airspaces. So my question to you, Mr. Simon, is that the importance of technology for customs and security. We earlier heard the Additional Secretary speaking about customs and security, and for the seamless integration for people to move seamlessly from the time they disembark and coming out of the airport to the curbside. So in your experience with the Italian police, when the Interior Minister, you had the face recognition technology, and with 20 million data, can you share your experience with us, please?
Thank you very much for this question, very, very interesting. In our experience that started from security, working with the police in Italy and the Ministry of Interior, that permit us to accumulate such a know-how on a large database of 20 million faces of the Italian police and of any color and race, so no distinguish any kind of problem in that identification. And is largely used today, more than 60,000 inquiry per week. So it's an incredible test of our technology. This has permitted us to realize and to combine together a seamless experience for the passenger that without passing control or losing time in long queue is from curb to the gate, can make an experience without speaking with anyone, in which the system recognizes him, identify, and permit him to enter till the gate and till the plane without any kind of losing time. And to combine this experience with a high level of control for all the security matter, the border control, the police, but also the airline that must manage the inflow of the passenger for any travel. It's not easy, but we are one of the most recent company operating in this field, and this gave us the advantage to realize the most efficient and one of the most efficient and modern architecture. And our seamless experience machinery that we call face-to-fly is it's a must, is a bestseller between airlines that reduce the personnel by land to control the passenger flow because everything is automatic. and also save time to them because they permit a much better efficiency. With the same structure of airport, permit to increase the passenger number by 50% easily, and this without investing in increasing the infrastructure. So the combination of a crazy increase in the traffic, a good experience for the passenger, and the high standard, the maintenance of high standard of security is our job, and we are quite sure that we have any kind of solution for the aviation transportation. Not only, we have been involved by the government authority in Italy to experiment a new technology that combine also for the port authority, so larger number of passengers. Any ship is a dramatic number of passengers that in the same time want to register the entrance, the exit, the identification, and the security control. So we are developing a one-stop system that permits to finalize all this operation. We think that the innovation permit this, and the technology permit this maintenance of an equilibrium between all these aspects. We began to work in India by a company of GMR Group. We participated last year to the first show here in Delhi, and to the first trial for a certain number of airports here in India. And in this moment, we are participating still with Wiesel, this company of GMR Group, to another couple of trials, very interesting, one of which we operate in a proactive way with them, very smart people. And so I think we will introduce, I hope, a new technology in Delhi Airport that permits to them to manage a lot of aspects very interesting that we will reveal later.
Thank you so much, Simon. That was thank you. So we come next to Mauro Ronsari. Sir, some technologies are almost off the shelf and ready to go, and deploy. Others require more robust safety cases and bespoke approach to ensure it meets customer requirements. So in your experience as in innovation and technology, and particularly pertaining to sustainability aspects that we talk about, we understand that the technology must necessarily fit into the ecosystem, must necessarily align with the concept of operations for each individual airports. Your views on that?
Yes, that's totally correct. Really remember that our target is the airport sustainability and the better passenger experience through the airport. So our challenge during the last 10 years was to combine the new technologies to reach these goals. So we deployed this know-how, this knowledge, this new technology in different reality inside the company. For example, we use IoT technologies to realize indoor sensor to monitor the air quality and the noise values inside the terminal. We have designed and manufactured in Italy this kind of sensors that are, for example, installed in Riyadh Airport in 3,000 components just to monitor all the 5 terminals and to have a feedback to the machines that improve the air quality condition inside the terminal. This is because the target and the goal was exactly to improve the passenger experience. But the same is for the airport sustainability. We have 20 years experience about the outdoor and indoor noise control. And if you know that each airport has a specific limits defined by the local regulation, so they have to respect the levels of the emissions of the noise inside the territory. So we design a solution based on intelligent artificial algorithms to forecast what may be the total level of emissions in a period. So each airport may have this information in advance, and so that it can change something to avoid to overload the limits that the regulation puts in each country. This is an effort that we have recently implemented and used in different airports all around. Okay, so this is how we can use the new technologies that we day by day discover on the market and by ourselves to improve the reality of the airports.
Thank you so much, Mauro. And I think I'll move on next to Shailesh. Shailesh, you represent the GSE segment or the ground support equipment segment. And you talked about efficiency, about improving 30 to 35% in a tier 1 or tier 2 airport. I would like to know your views on the innovations that you adopted for GSE and the use of artificial intelligence as you see it in the GSE segment going forward.
Thank you for this question. And just to clarify that, we are into aerial work platforms. Yeah, and when we speak about innovation, sustainability, and productivity into that, it is very important. First thing is that is the safety of the person who is working onto the devices or with the devices. Because it's a living human being is working on that particular extreme heights, which is not safe to work on. So our first focus whenever we are working with any of the products or developing any of the product, we take care of safety first. Second is the productivity. If anyone is working and someone is investing any money, then that investment should add some value to their overall efficiency, productivity and efficiency. And when it comes to sustainability, so airports are a big infrastructure, lot of power consumptions, or there are so many things which are adding to the carbon emission. So we focus on the products which can deliver very efficient product, wherein maybe source of electricity products or minimal use of fossil fuels and all. So based on that, and as you said that, yes, in some of the cases wherein when we introduced our products and services, we have observed that there is a 30 to 35%, you can say, productivity and efficiency enhancement with the safety in some of the airports. We are we are already available in more than 25-30 airports all over India, and are servicing that. So just to sum up, say key aspects while working at height is safety, then productivity, then comes efficiency and sustainability. So we focus on all these 4 aspects to enhance the overall experience of the passengers. Because say, just last comment, like that if any passenger is traveling and if you find that something is not working on their way, while during check-in time or while boarding the flight, some lights is not working, some mechanical difficulty is there, then their experience will go bad overall. So we takes care of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shailesh. Coming on to Vijay. Vijay, you spoke about heights, raising heights at airports and working on equipment that require. Can you tell us on customization, your experiences with customization, which is particularly relevant when you work in airport surroundings?
I think basically we are into application-oriented offerings. I will not say precisely the customization because, as we are into 2 verticals, one is the distribution business and second we are into manufacturing. So in manufacturing, we are the only manufacturer of truck-mounted boom lift with international safety certifications. So there we have a lot of customization opportunities. Like some customers want a mix of an industrial applications for reaching at heights and as well as a rescue machine. So this is a type of customization we are doing. I have given you one example. Second is, as far as distribution business is concerned, globally it is settled. It has been there for many, many decades. So what we call it a customization that comes as an optional item. You have a standard machine and then you have optional machines. So those specific features are being offered to the customers. as a customization. For a very simple example, I think probably in Goa airport, because it is not only the main at the airports, even material also is a costly. Like, there are some items, that are very, very expensive and there is a huge penalty on the operators as well. So we offered an anti-collision sensor that is three-dimensional laser sensors, and you can set the proximity. Proximity, it can be at 50 centimeters, 25 centimeters, or whatever you select. So the machine will automatically stop once it comes in the proximity of that 50 centimeter, and then you can manually move the basket. So I think this is one of a very specific customization, or it's really a breakthrough in the airports. So that's why I thought I will share it.
Thanks so much, Vijay. And finally, we come to Snehashish. Snehashish, you've heard all the panelists, most of them talking of innovation, technology. Now, technology is not one size that fits all. It requires modeling an airport, making assumptions, creating a roadmap, and customizing solutions. Your experience with the Reliance airports in terms, when we've talked of the Udan scheme, we've talked of low number of, obviously it's not feasible with one or two landings per airport to maintain an airport. Have we thought along the lines of digital towers, remote control towers, where from one place you can control 3-4 airports? These are some of the possible technology solutions. Your views on that, please.
Yeah, certainly. In fact, it's very pertinent that as we grow and as the flyers continue to grow in India, the need for automation and the need for digitization has been very high. And also please understand that today we have a plethora of passengers. One, the 18 years to 35 years, that is the age group where we have an increasing number of passengers. At the same time, we have an increasing number of passengers who do not have a digital phone also. Now, while we have to cater to all sorts of customers and all sorts of passengers, how do we ensure that we have a digitization and can assimilate or maybe collate many of these technology at a central level and many of these technologies that we should have at the airport irrespective of whether we want or not want. So as rightly spoken, the introduction of DG Yatra, for example, has been a tremendous leap for every airport, and so for our airports also. And when we talk about biometrics, of course, biometric is something we can see at all airports. But as you said, can we have something as centralized, maybe an AOCC operations, and that's something that we are looking at, that how do we control each of the AOCC operations into one centralized office. Similarly, a lot of discussions are on at various airports, both in my current term as well as my previous terms, that how do we ensure the security screening at various airports, and how do we ensure that a control immediately is given from the centralized control center rather than doing it at the spot and taking a lot of the queue time, which actually pains the customer. Similar such process, whether it is at the security, whether it is at the SHA, whether it is at the boarding gates, whether it is just a simple trolley movement, what are the processes that can be looked at from a central perspective so that the experience of passengers is always taken the foremost and that remains the priority for every airport operator. And I think we are investing heavily on ensuring that each of the processes, whatever can be done centralized, we are trying to invest on those technologies so that our controls and workforce at the ground is taken optimized control on that. At the same time, our investments does give the passengers a due experience what they deserve in any airport, even if the passenger segment is growing tremendously. So I think that's, I'll keep it like that.
Thanks, Yashish. So we've heard all the panelists speak, and I guess it's a bit about my turn to sum up all that they've said. And here, I would first sum up, and then I would suggest 2 or 3 points which is relevant to India and our ecosystem. The first is that I think every airport has its own ecosystem, its own modeling, and its own concept of operation based on which it has a declared capacity. We cannot lose sight of the modeling or the concept of operations. Irrespective of which technology we want to adopt or adapt, it is necessary that these technologies are first simulated, go through the modeling process, and do they really align with each of the concept of operation dedicated to that airport for it to succeed and to give the airport operator the outcome that he is looking for. That is the first single most important point that I'd like to make. The second important point is technology is a fast recovery, provided we look at it as a big investment, but it recovers that much more fast. I know at least for the metro airports, it holds true. It holds true that within the first 12 to 18 months, you recover your capital expenditure. But at the same time, technology demands that the product is customized for that airport. So the lead time is almost 12 to 18 months, sometimes to 24 to 36 months if you want it to succeed. Like if I want to make it for Delhi, I would have to model the airport, I would have to feed in all the inputs, and I would thereafter expect a customization. That's one of the important aspects to understand in so far as technology is concerned and to make it sustainable in the long term. Finally, I represent NATS, and like I said, we work on the airspace management. We do studies for airport, we create models, we create concept of operations, and we help each of the airport operators achieve their outcomes. Having said that, there are two technologies that I really believe are on the cusp of a requirement here in India. And that is, first is a digital tower technology. We see these huge towers at Mumbai, Delhi, other airports, costing huge amount of money. And thereafter, every year we have maintenance costs. You have at 1/4 or less possibly, or 1/10 in some cases, you can come up with a digital tower, which don't require such a big, huge infrastructure. It's green, it helps you, it gives you the same amount of efficiency as a physical tower. I see the Northeast, you've got 17 airports at far-flung areas. You have 1 and 2 flights. You have Udan scheme, 1 and 2 flights. Why do you need to have a full-fledged ATC over there with controller dedicated when you can have a remote control or a digital tower sitting in Delhi or in Guwahati for the Northeast for that matter to control? You can control 3-4 airfields from one place. That's what technology required. The other thing is 65 to 70% of our traffic, of domestic traffic in our earlier segment, we heard about the Mumbai-Delhi line, which is very heavy in terms of but 65% of our traffic, domestic traffic, is between metros. What have we done to make sure that the scheduling for these metro airports are done in an efficient manner so there's no stacking up? The weather conditions, we have technology. We have something called as demand capacity balancer, wherein you put in all the requirements, whether it's your local weather, whether it's a global weather, your arrival aircraft, is there an intervening leg in where the aircraft is getting delayed, or there's an aircraft on a particular leg coming into Delhi or Mumbai, which is perpetually getting delayed. It takes into consideration history of 3 years and tells the airport operator, boss, this is your best scheduling for tomorrow. At a strategic level, we've got a strategic airport capacity manager, which tells you if you've got a Republic Day, you've got a VIP movement, this will be our best schedule for tomorrow. So what I'm trying to come at is there are a lot of significant technology that is to be adopted and adapted. For example, we've got 4 runways in Delhi. And do we have the number of flights increase proportionally to 4 runways? Or are we still achieving the same that we would do with 2 runways? These are questions that we need to ask for ourselves. We've got time-based separation or intelligent approach, which is a tool which tells the controller, don't use, with the marker on the screen tells you that with this time-based, with this wake separation, this is the separation between aircrafts. And in a single runway operation like Gatwick, we've achieved 55 to 57 landings per hour. So this is achievable even in Mumbai, Delhi, all the metros. So these are some of the important technology that we could adapt in the current. Having said that, in my closing remarks, I'd like to say every airport operates in an ecosystem that is unique and defined by its operating environment. Hence, it is important the capacity optimization study that leads to a concept of operation, which is the holy grail. It leads to efficiency, consistency, and predictability of operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all the panelists a big hand, and thank you very much for your attentive. May I hear a louder round of applause, please? At least for the morale. Thank you so much. Go. I can't see. I think the next round of panelists need to give us a treat because we've kept to time.
Hi. Requesting Dr. Jitendra to please hand over mementos to our panelists. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your valuable, and thank you for keeping to the time. I think Keku sir would be very happy. A big round of applause for the panelists. Mr. Bart D'Souza, Dr. Snesh Datta, Dr. Snesh Datta, Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh, Mr. Shailesh Wagmare, Mr. Mauryo, Mr. Simone, and Mr. Inderjeet Singh. कोई बात नहीं किसी का भी दे दो चेंज कर लेंगे आप नेक्स्ट वाले नेम प्लेट से जाओ फटाफट Mr. Inderjeet Singh, thank you. केकू सर का यहाँ लगा दो So we'll be right away starting with the panel discussion on the air cargo, revolutionizing the delivery infrastructure landscape for tomorrow. We have some very eminent guests who have come from all over India to be a part, and we have an expert panel who would be talking on this area.
Yeah.
Sir, I hope you're not leaving. I would like to have a word with all of you. Can you stay for this session?
Yeah,
Sit,
sure.
And join us for lunch. Thank you.
Where is my stay?
Requesting Mr. Keku Bomi Gazdar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Avia Pro Logistics Services Private Limited, who shall be moderating the session, to join us. Inviting Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jain, Head Industry Partnerships and Customer Excellence, Logistics Sector Skill Council. Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Managing Director, Skyways Group and immediate former President of ACFI. Mr. Shankar Iyer, Director, Sales and Handling, South Asia, Lufthansa Cargo. Ms. Leena Nagi, Manager, North India Interglobe Air Transport and GSA for Turkish Cargo. And Mr. Dinkar Singh, Director, Public Affairs, Indian Subcontinent, UPS, and member of Express Council of India. A big round of applause for our panelists. I can't hear the applause. Please, can we have it louder? Thank you. Requesting all the delegates who are outside visiting the exhibition to please join us inside so we can have valuable discussions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and the nice young audience behind, boys and girls. Welcome to the session 2 of the Indiairport event this afternoon. I have on the stage with me a very enlightened and dear colleagues and friends of mine from the industry, gathered here to have a good discussion on air cargo. I want to begin first of all by thanking Indiairports to have taken the initiative of having a topic of air cargo being a part of their deliberations, and kudos to them to see the effective usage, I would say, of this discussion in this forum as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly introduce you to the panel here I have with me. And I think it's important that you understand that the lady and the gentleman on this stage come with an immense amount of experience and knowledge, which I think all of you today in this forum are going to immensely benefit from. To my left immediate is Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jain. He is the Head Industry Partnerships and Customer Experience with the Logistics Skill Council. Welcome, Mr. Sudhir. I have Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Managing Director of Skyways Group. Mr. Shankar Iyer, Director Sales and Handling South Asia for Lufthansa Cargo. Ms. Leena Negi, she is a Manager North India at the Interglobe Air Transport, the GSA of Turkish Cargo. And last but not the least, I have Mr. Dinkar Singh. He is the Director Public Affairs, Indian Subcontinent, UPS, and member of the Express Council of India. A rough calculation when I was sitting there is probably you have about 200 years of experience sitting on this stage. And that doesn't include the beard you have, Shankar. It's just together of all of us on the stage. Now, I'm very quickly, we are an on-time industry in cargo. We prefer things to be on time. And I want to ensure that the tag that we have as an on-time industry remains. So we're going to be very quick, very sharp. I would request the audience to pay careful attention to what the lady and the gentleman have to say today. It's in your benefit to have your attendance, your attention to what they are mentioning. In the interest of time, and because we have a shortage of it, let me tell you what we're going to discuss very quickly today. And I then will go down to the panel for their views on the topics that we have. Topic again is revolutionizing the delivery infrastructure landscape for tomorrow. This is a really broad topic that we have in front of us. But very quickly, what are the salient points that we are looking forward in this panel to highlight, debate, and discuss? We're going to very briefly touch about the geographical location of our country, the airports in this process, and how they are going to help in terms of the global air cargo industry. We'll also talk about, very briefly, on some of the reforms that the Government of India has placed before us and made us aware of the benefits that these policies play, especially to air cargo. We're going to discuss about the growth of air cargo with the adoption of environment-friendly policies and practices, a big buzzword today in our industry. We have a crystal ball also somewhere in this room, so we're going to talk a bit about the future of air cargo. The gentleman and the lady here have enough experience to predict what's going to happen. So if you really want to know what's going to happen in the next 20, 30, 40 years, do pay attention to them. A bit of leasing, collaboration with technology companies, public partnerships, and challenges being faced in the air cargo industry. Having said that, as a context to what we're going to discuss this afternoon, let me begin very quickly with Mr. Sudhir. Sudhir, we have a growth of a predicted growth of between 5 and 7% this year in the cargo business, right? And we've got multiple players, multiple stakeholders in our industry who have to work like clockwork to get our industry, as I keep repeating, an on-time industry in our business. With the indications of the manufacturing economy also showing reasonable numbers of growth, whether it's automotive, healthcare, agriculture, food processing, etc., there is going to be a dearth of well-qualified, well-trained personnel to come on board. I want you to share your thoughts on this, on the value they will bring, and are we really ready to take this challenge given the expected growth of cargo's industry? And I think the audience behind the newcomers who are coming to industry would greatly value your views. Over to you, Sudhir.
Hello.
You can take this.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I answer to your question or your understanding about the sustainable growth in the logistics sector, I would like to brief you what sector councils are made, what are the roles and responsibilities assigned to a sector skill council. So sector skill, there are around 38 different sector skill councils, in which logistics is one of the sector skill council. The major role and responsibility assigned to Sector Skill Council by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is to develop qualification pack which are industry validated and are approved by Government of India's body called National Council for Vocational Educational Training. So when we talk about qualification pack, these are basically course content which are developed for the generic training in logistics sector. So when I talk about different qualifications which we have developed, we have created around 57 qualification packs keeping in mind the 12 subsectors in logistics. Air cargo being one of the substantial growing sectors of logistics, we have developed more than 8 qualifications dedicated towards air cargo. So as we talk about substantial growth of around 7 to 8% in logistics sector, which we feel would require an additional workforce of more than 30 lakh people in the next 3 to 4 years. So in order to address the requirement of skilled manpower, Logistics Sector Skill Council, in association with different industries and industry associations, have created multiple center of excellence where we are providing state-of-the-art training for air cargo, for other subsectors of logistics. Here, what I feel, there are multiple government schemes which are available where the industry, along with sector skill councils, can utilize the services for creating a skilled workforce for air cargo. We have an ecosystem where we have got center of excellence, we have got academia, we have tied up with more than 120 academia institutions where we are providing logistics training and especially air cargo to sustain the required number of skilled manpower for the industry. So in association with various academic institutions as well as training centers available across the nation, we are confident that over a period of time, we'll be able to provide industry with the skilled manpower. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhir. The number of 30 lakh in 3 to 4 years, that's what you mentioned, that's astronomical. And thank you on behalf of the entire air cargo industry for having that prediction and making that number a reality. Kudos on that. Moving on to Mr. Sharma. He's a former chairman also of ACFI, a body that encompasses all the air cargo related organizations within the country. But I'm going to quiz him today on something which is very futuristic and which I think he comes with a lot of experience to deliver his view on. And that is on what today is one of the fastest growing components in our industry of e-commerce. Mr. Sharma, does e-commerce assist in the global air cargo network and the demand of speedier deliveries, including last mile deliveries? In general, are we moving from traditional air cargo or air freight as we know it and moving more towards e-commerce and express, or there is a balance? Your take on that?
Firstly, thank you, Sir Keku, for your very kind introduction and setting the context of this session. We have here Mr. Shankar Iyer with me, and I'm sure what I'm going to say, he's going to echo as to what e-commerce brings to air cargo industry today. If you look at the contribution of e-commerce 5 years ago to the air cargo industry, it was roughly in the range of 8 to 10%. Today, that number has, in many markets, crossed 20%. So a very sizable percentage of cargo being carried on the aircrafts today, whether it is domestic or international, it is a sizable part of it is actually what is being traded online. So what, some of the young people that I see sitting at the back are probably ordering every day. A lot of that cargo is currently moving by air, and the cross-border e-commerce has gone up multi-folds with the advent of quick commerce, which is today prevalent in many countries. So from the point of ordering to the point of delivery, they are able to manage anything between 7 to 10 days. So which means production, which means movement from the point of origin to the point of destination, and then the final delivery. So all is happening within 7 to 10 days. And all that is actually being given a big boost because of air cargo capabilities that are around the country and around the world.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have a follow-up to that, but I will come back on the next round to have this with you. I have great pleasure of being on the stage with Shankar, a very old friend of mine and a very valued colleague. Shankar, welcome. Shankar, let's take this one notch higher and we talk about the country as such today. We are making great strides as far as deliveries are concerned. When I say deliveries, I mean to the closest hour today. Going back, and I'm not going to refer to our age, but going back many decades ago, deliveries in this country was calculated in probably weeks. Then it came to days. Now we're probably in a couple of hours where deliveries can be done. Now, one of the corollaries to that statement, Shankar, is that as we move forward in our industry, we are going to be looking into India being a great transshipment hub for the world. We missed the boat many decades ago, and I think if there's an opportunity anytime in our lifetime, it is now. Shankar, your take on how are we going to do this with relation to deliveries and geophysical position of our country here. Your take.
Thanks, Keiko. Happy to see that we are still friends.
Yes.
Despite all the discussions. Thanks to PhD as well. Quickly coming to your topic, right now, while we stand in this month, the India Plus One story is brimming, and it's giving a lot of hopes to us. To become a very good transshipment hub, let me put three fundamentals which is not very favorable to us. One is cargo is always a secondary product for the airline. Second thing is that we have already established 4 major hubs. So our mass has been split. And the third thing is India faces a huge imbalance in the import and export. So that makes transshipment challenging. But having said that, we should not be losing hope. The fact that soon a lot of legislation coming into our country, like the one 5% on GST on the MRO, that will help many companies set up in India. At the same time, the airports primarily will have to increase their transshipment connections, attract carriers, arrange facilities, provide bonded facilities, and make it very seamless. You said it, the weeks have turned into hours, but the transshipments has to then convert into minutes and not hours. That's the only success I see.
Thank you, Shankar. I think one of the points that you clearly mentioned is the India's thrust on becoming MRO. We heard this morning as well from the Honorable Member Operations Airport Authority as well as from Mr. Piyush, very clearly emphasizing that with the decrease in the tax structure for the MRO, I think we're going to see a great amount of business returning back to the country as far as this is concerned. So thank you for that. And yeah, if you want to grow at the rate that we want to grow, it's not going to come only from within the country. There has to be a transshipment that's being done. Okay, moving on. Great pleasure in having Mrs. Leena Nagy here. Leena, a step forward again from where we are. On the public-private partnerships, you heard that being mentioned this morning also by dignitaries on the stage. In your opinion, how is this going to help the air cargo infrastructure improve, especially with cargo systems?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my thoughts. I think I've already spent 2.5 decades in this industry. And I've seen, I joined in 2008, the aviation industry, and that year was the lowest year, I guess. There was just this crash. And I used to say, nobody's working. And you guys used to say that, we had lots of work always on hand. And now I can see there's no work, which can pressurize us.
Got it.
So slowly and gradually, over the years, I've realized that, this industry has the opportunity to grow manifold. This will continuously take leaps and bounds to grow. I think it's very important to identify how well we can foresee the infrastructure so that we're able to move the cargo seamlessly. For example, this transshipment movement from Dhaka had been very, was very quick, isn't it, Mr. Iyer? It just had given that pressure on the Delhi airport to clear the cargo from our hub. The point is this, that, the single package screening takes a lot of time. So I think we have to invest in the infrastructure. I think government is looking forward to support this move, and I'm sure in coming years we'll have best of the amenities now that we can see the opportunities coming from the regions across. I'm sure government has identified the areas which can help us grow further.
Clear. Yeah. Thank you, Leena. Yeah, I agree with you. Until we have a substantial amount of investment, I think probably this forum is a good one where we are discussing public-private partnerships with the Germans and the Italians being present. I think that makes complete sense on how we need to move forward. Dinkar, welcome. Dinkar, ladies and gentlemen, is the Director of Public Affairs, Indian Subcontinent with UPS, and he's also the member of the Express Council of India. Dinkar, there is a growing understanding now of a subtle difference between what express cargo is and what e-commerce cargo is. How do you see the role of airports as we move forward in terms of investment, infrastructure, digitalization, etc.? How do you see the attention being focused on express and e-commerce, either separately or together? And do the airports currently today have the capacity at the terminals, at the warehouses, at the airports to grow at the rate that, as Mr. Yash mentioned, a 20% compounded growth rate every year? Your take, Dinkar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kegu. So, first of all, I would take your question on what is the difference between e-commerce and express cargo. So obviously, if you ask my view, it's very clear. I don't find any difference. The reason is because e-commerce, or earlier, you can call it e-commerce as B2C, express cargo as B2B. And we were also handling earlier C2C shipment, that is from consignee to consignee. So if you see the type of cargo, in all the three, there is an express movement. Unless and until there is some clearance time or data elements which is being asked more. Almost the data elements are also being asked same for all the type of shipments which we handle. So, but if you see, obviously, e-commerce is now the buzz, and e-commerce, the type of shipment is also growing. Government has also come up with a new policy on e-commerce exports hub. The difference what I have seen in the express terminal and e-commerce export hub policy is more related to labeling, packaging, which can be done at the premises of the e-commerce export hub. And if that is allowed in express terminal, I don't see there is any difference. Coming to the infrastructure and airport role in handling e-commerce and express cargo, I think it's a very critical role of the airports. The infrastructure will play a huge role. The reason what I see is that you cannot compete in air. The freighter which I operate or you operate or anyone else operate, the speed in the air will be same. The difference which you can create is on the ground. How fast the ground handling of the shipment, the handling of the shipment at the ground you are doing, how efficient you are doing, that makes the difference. For express, if you see the first, being very specific on 3-4 points, the slot, the landing of the flight, that is very critical for any express cargo because it's determine the next phase of the connection of the flight because most of the express operators works on hub and spokes model. The connectivity to the final destination, if the shipment is going to a specific hub, that is dependent on the slots. The parking bay, it should be near to the express terminal. The space at the cargo, the airside facility is very critical for any express operator. So these airport play a big role. The break bulk, how fast you do the break bulk, how fast you move the shipment for the custom clearance. All this is determined on the ground and the airport play a very critical role. So that is the only differentiating point which I see how you can make a normal cargo also as an express. So these are, yeah, thank you.
Good, thank you, Dinkar. I do have follow-up question, but I'm going to pause for a minute. Does anybody have any questions at this moment, really sharp questions for my panelists before I go to the second round? Any clarifications from anybody? No, okay. So what we'll do is, Dinkar, we'll do it back on the reverse. I have a follow-up on that same question for you. We spoke about the future, and this is what the future is going to be all about. There is this drones that is coming into the market. We've got robotic systems coming into the warehouse. We've got automated warehouses with the likes of what Amazon and many other companies like Temu, Shein, etc. in China today are doing. Dinkar, are we already seeing it in our country? If we are not seeing it, when are we going to see these kind of automations in the warehouse, plus drones, plus delivery systems, very, very quickly?
So, Keku, when you are talking about technology, we all agree that technology is going to play a big role. AI is going to play a big role.
Got it.
And UPS has always been in forefront in technology. Recently, we inaugurated our technology center also in Chennai for the same purpose. If you see the warehouse management, auto sorting, all this is critical, and this is now happening also in India. Regarding specific to drone, I think UPS is doing delivery in few of the countries. And when you talk about India, let's not make drone a very fancy thing. Where it is required and when it is required is more critical. If we talk about the hill stations, the areas such as Northeast or Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, where drone will play obviously a critical role. So I think few companies has already started doing that activity, and there is a proper drone policy also in this country. So I think in a coming year or two, you will see the visibility of more delivery through drone. Whereas you have to take the leverage of the technology. Just purpose of using the technology is not going to help. Actually, it is going to increase cost. So let's leverage the technology wherever it is required.
Thank you, Dinkar. Well put. Leena, we are a collaborative industry. Okay, we cannot exist in silos. Every one of us depends on every other stakeholder in our industry to achieve what every one of us wants. From your perspective, to improve our service offerings to the manufacturing industry, do you have any suggestions that you would like to put forward in terms of collaboration with other stakeholders, terminal operators, airport operators, customs, etc.? What do you think should be the next mode of collaboration, specifically in real time, to ensure that we are on the dot every time we have our business moving? Your thoughts, Leena?
I think at times what we have noticed that when the cargo comes to the terminal, there's a mismatch in the booked cargo and the actual status. So I think we need to educate the industry to ensure that whatever they are sending it across. For example, I'll give you an example. For example, we get the shipment of drugs, and then it's misdeclared. So it just, it hampers their process also to clear the shipment on time, and it affects our utility also of the space. So it's very important to make the industry understand that, you have to be real specific about the dimensions so that it can be optimized well and should be serviced well to them as well, to the consignee or to the shipper.
Yeah, you're right. If you don't have real partnerships between all stakeholders, we are lost.
We are lost. We lose on the time actually, and the service value also.
Perfect. Shankar, the three dreaded words that I faced many decades ago, three dreaded words, where's my cargo? Anytime I get a call or a mail and I see these three dreaded words, I am not a happy person. How are we moving towards real-time monitoring? And is the entire chain of our business now covered real-time? I think we still have some blocks or some parts of the chain that still needs real time. And I think we're getting there with probably with QR, with Intelsat, with other technologies coming in. Digital platforms that would help us in this. Your take on this, Shankar?
Yeah. Digital platform, yes, that's the name of the game. You asked me about the visibility of the shipment. More or less in most developed markets, I would say there is 95 to 98% visibility. So I would not worry much on that. The basic problem is that it has to move. Means digitally it's visual. You can see it sitting in XYZ port. It has missed a flight. But moving on to the next flight, that's where the challenge. So the visibility is actually, in a way, it's become a pain point. At one time you said, okay, it'll move the next day, so the forwarder would only call the next day. But today, by the hour, they can see it's still sitting in that hub. So visibility does exist. Digital platforms will be the name of the game. Today's day and age, you and me, we don't go looking for a travel operator to buy a ticket. We do it online. We want to be on that journey as well, including pricing, capacity booking. Like earlier, my colleague Lena said that the trade has to be motivated, has to be educated. Yes, so we tell the shipper all the way up to the forwarder, to the clearing agent, that you please make sure it tallies as to what you booked. And if that happens, it's absolutely seamless, which is actually happening. I can frankly say, yes, it's happening, at least with my organization. After 2,000 kilos, we said, fill it, shut it, forget it. You make a booking. If you arrive at the airport the way it is, it will move. So it has reduced the pain. It is there, digital, very much. It's only the matter of awareness in the industry. Some guys are very astute, some forwarders are very astute, some are nascent. So that's where the collaboration is required, where we need to bring them on board. But I would say it's far better than what it was 10 years back.
Absolutely. Oh, we've come a long way, Shankar, and I think this probably is a tribute to the entire industry, to having taken this really seriously, for providing a service to our customers for what they are actually paying us for, I think that's really appreciated. Mr. Sharma, you've probably been one of the pioneers for pushing digitization across the industry. And I know as your organization, you've done quite a lot of work at Skyways to get to where you are today. So let's talk about the industry. We talk about visibility, we talk about high-end visibility, we talk of real-time visibility, etc. How important is this for a manufacturer? We speak about our industry, we speak about our ecosystem. Very good. How important is this for the manufacturer, and should he be paying for this? Your take.
So, Keku, firstly, I'll make a small correction in what you said and what I said earlier. I was not saying that the industry is growing at 20%. I really want the industry to grow at 20%, but what I meant was the share of e-commerce in the total air cargo industry is 20%. So, now coming back to the very crucial and important part of the question that you asked me is how important is visibility of cargo or freight to a manufacturer. Now, in the modern world, visibility is the prime goal that all analytics or in all IT ecosystems try to create. And visibility is only as good as the origination of data. Because quality of visibility depends on all the data which is punched all the way through. And everything starts with the manufacturer, right? And ultimately, it's going to circle back to the manufacturer, because if you really want strong analytics, future forecasting that the manufacturers want to see, right from the point of their own production and then the point of actual sale, all the way the visibility of that cargo and the visibility of sale is what they will eventually base the entire analytics on. So their future business, not just in terms of the production that they do, but also in terms of their own personal expansion of their facilities, their infrastructure, their equipment, is actually based on the visibility of the entire freight. So today, business really depends on creating the best possible seamless visibility of cargo right through and through the chain. And there's a lot of work which has gone in from the, I would say, the transportation industry. And when I say transportation industry, I mean from a trucker or a freight forwarder, a custom broker, airport terminals, airlines, etc. So every stakeholder, the visibility or the connectivity between these, the integration between these, all have taken a great leap from where it was, say, 10 years ago. But unfortunately, I think it is the manufacturer which is the least visible in the entire chain.
Got it.
And like I said, the origination of data has to be proper. The moment the origination of data is actually in data form and not in a paper form or even not in a PDF, is when the efficiency will flow through and through. So I think it is a manufacturer that really needs to, create better connectivity and integration with the entire transportation ecosystem if they really want to get the benefit that they should.
Fair point. Mr. Jain, to you, LSE's roadmap for the future going forward, next 3-4 years, you put some very interesting numbers out. How are you going to incorporate technology into what you are going to impart to these students as they step into our industry? Are you working closely with the industry as we are today, taking inputs, providing them the necessary skill sets for that particular job function? Your take on that as part of LSE.
Yeah, thank you. In order to address the demand in the industry, we have tied up with multiple industry partners and have created center of excellences. We have created more than 7 center of excellences right in Ajmer, Varanasi, Chennai, Hyderabad, and other locations where we have tied up with industries. And Mr. Dikankar Singh will like to echo on that, because we are also in tying up with UPS for creating our logistics center of excellence, where we are taking the input from the industry and developing our curriculum, both digital and online, offline, to understand the requirement of the industry based on the input from the industry, and we create our content accordingly. So in a long term, what we see, the first-hand understanding in the industry is going to help us to create the right kind of content for the industry.
So just as a follow-up, so this will include the new areas of, let's say, MROs, AMEs, etc. Are that also going to be factored
Yeah,
in?
it is a part of the curriculum.
It's part of the curriculum?
Yes.
Okay, and how's the response so far from the students to these? Are they happy getting into our industry or not?
Yeah, initially there were a lot of hesitation from the students coming to the logistic industry, but now as we are opening up, as the logistic in itself is becoming such a dynamic industry, so we are getting a very good response. So we have tied up around 120 academia where we are providing BBA in logistics and air cargo, so we are getting a very good response.
Super, super. Thank you for that. Again, any questions, ladies and gentlemen, for this panel? I've got 2 minutes to take a sharp question if there is. Yes, BK. You have a mic for BK, please? It's here, we can take it from here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Keku. I'm Director General, Air Cargo Forum, India, and my question is on the cargo hub. So I would like to be enlightened, what is the basic infrastructure required to make cargo hub and where India is lacking? So this is a thrust area if some enlightenment can be done on this.
And you're asking that question to anybody in particular?
Mr. Shankar Iyer, sorry.
Hi, Shankar. Smart.
Freight forward is always there to help.
Thanks, Mehrotraji, for the question. I would just bring you to 3 major airports, a Hong Kong, a Seoul, and a Singapore. If you look at the recipe, they have something called a base load, which is the transshipment load on an average, at least 30 to 40%, which means transshipment comes from different countries, seamlessly moves out of that port, and the local export and import balances it. Unfortunately for us, like I said, I made an earlier statement, we have 4 major airports: Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad. Bombay has very good balance of in and out, import and export, so it somehow survives. Delhi has a challenge. There's not much import. So there, if you bring in transshipment from some other markets, the freighter operators can come in. I made a statement earlier, belly operators, wherever they go, we have no choice. But if you want a real dedicated freighter to come in, the business case has to survive. You cannot be asking the Indian exporters to subsidize one way because import is very weak. And how do you replace that import? Either you allow somebody to come to your country, store something, you make this a transshipment hub, or simply some imports has to come in. If you look at Chennai, it's still balanced because luckily it has a seaport as well, similarly like Bombay. Hyderabad suffers the same problem. That's why they ask for transshipment permission. Even having the transshipment permission, there's not much going in from Hyderabad to other cities, you know. And now we created these 4 big airports, which has actually splintered the combined load of one single airport. Together between the 4 airports, probably they might be putting throughput of 1.5, 1.6 million, which is the size of a Hong Kong. Now imagine if you split Hong Kong into 4 airports, the same challenge exists. So by and large, transshipment hub has to be strong. There has to be a base load, and it has to be absolutely seamless. You know, there has to be a tarmac to tarmac transfer, and not that you take it into a custody and then you break it down and you bring it back on the other flight. This is just a waste of time. And we have to also trust the trade, you know. Not everybody is out there to do hanky-panky. So if there is some transshipment moving between carriers, it should just be allowed. It should be on the tarmac level and not taking into the custody of the warehouse, because then you lose again time, you know. So that's the only thought I had. Probably might be corrected in future, but currently that's how it works.
Thank you, Shankar. I don't think we have time for another question. I see a lot of hungry faces here. I don't want to be between you and lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to my panelists here for sharing their wisdom, and I hope you've had a great session. Thank you once again, and have a lovely rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Kiku sir. As always, he's a big supporter of PhD, and thank you for being there, even if you have to catch a flight. May I request Mr. Stefan to please come on stage and present mementos to our eminent panelists. And a big round of applause for all our panelists. Please, let's hear it in a big way, please. Thank you. Mr. Keku, Bhumi Gazdar sir, thank you so much for moderating the panel and let's keep the applause coming, please. Thank you. Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jain, thank you for stepping in at the last minute, sir, and thank you so much. He represents the Logistics Sector Skill Council, and he'll be speaking on the skilling part as well later. Mr. Yashpal Sharma, biggest straightforwardness, thank you so much for coming in here. Mr. Shankar Iyer, Ms. Leena Nagi, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And Mr. Dinkar Singh, thank you so much, sir. May I request the panelists to come forward for a group photograph, Stefan? Yeah, all done. A big thank you to all the panelists for the pre-lunch session. We have a lot of eminent experts who are going to come in for the post-lunch session, inviting all the speakers and the delegates for lunch at the end of the hall, and requesting everyone to please be back by 2:30. We have Mr. Shankesh Mehta, who's the Director of UDAN from Ministry of Civil Aviation, who's going to come in and talk about the UDAN scheme. And we have a very important MRO session as well. So we're grateful to CIO AI ESL for joining us here, sir, and requesting to see everybody back at 2:30 sharp. Thank you. Welcoming everyone back to the post-lunch session, requesting all the delegates to please join us in the conference hall, and inviting all the exhibitors also. We have another set of experienced panelists who are going to be with us. Calling out for Dr. Snehesh Datta, CEO Reliance Airports, to please join us in the conference room. A warm welcome to all the delegates. Please join us back so we can begin with us. Dr. Snehesh Datta, please join us on the dais. A warm welcome to Mr. Shankesh Mehta, IRS C&CE, Director, Ministry of Civil Aviation. A warm welcome, sir. Please join us on the dais. Sir is going to talk about the UDAN scheme, the Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, the regional connectivity scheme, and the business opportunities in that. He has a presentation, so I will hand it over to Dr. Mehta to start. Can we have a big round of applause for our two panelists for this fireside chat? Inviting all the delegates who are seeing the exhibition to please join us for these two important sessions. Thank you.
Hello. Very good afternoon, one and all. So, can I have the presentation on? Yeah. This is supposed to be a fireside chat, though I don't see a fire around, and neither the talk can be fiery as well, because what we are going to speak, or rather discuss about, is a scheme that we believe, and with me, lots of Indians believe, that has given wings to the dreams of a common man to fly, and aptly named Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, the UDAN scheme. So the regional connectivity scheme, if I believe majority of those who are in the hall, and the scheme has been in vogue or in implementation for past 8 years now. We recently celebrated its 8th anniversary. So most of you probably have a fair idea of what this scheme is. Yet for the curious minds here, I would just take a short detour to the context and the history of the scheme as to why we discuss UDAN today. So if you see this map of India, this map has lots of green patches. This is a map of India showing its aviation connectivity in 2016. And these green big patches represent those areas where there was no air connectivity present. As in, the people of these areas would have to drive long distances to reach the nearest airport for any sort of air connectivity. And the National Civil Aviation Policy that came out in 2016 acknowledged this fact that there's a serious need to bridge these gaps, to fill these gaps with flights, and making air travel accessible to people who are in the different remote, further corners of the country. So the scheme itself mandated that there shall be a regional connectivity scheme, and it largely laid down the broad contours of the scheme as to what the scheme will do, how the scheme will fund itself, what the scheme should aim and aspire for. And drawing from that, MOCA, I mean the Ministry of Civil Aviation, then crafted this scheme, launched in 2016, 21st of October 2016, and the first flight under the scheme, it took off from Delhi to Shimla in 2017. Since then, the scheme has been progressively building on, adding routes and flights and happy flyers to its kitty. We have had 13 bidding cycles by now. Let us also have a quick look at how this scheme is structured. I believe there are people from other countries of the world here, even for their benefit. This is one of the most unique regional connectivity scheme you would not find elsewhere on the globe. It's unparalleled, the way this scheme has been devised. It's basically an amalgamation of two different schemes. There is a CapEx part, the capital expenditure part, which creates the aviation infrastructure. So those gaps you saw, we are trying to build airports in those areas, or rather say develop or revive airports in those areas. And then, once you have created that aviation infrastructure, once you have created those airports, we need to connect them. You need flights there. So the second part of the scheme, the OPEX part, is to basically give a sort of support to the airline operators to connect the airports that we have developed through the capital expenditure part. There is a methodology as to how you go about developing in airports. You cannot just randomly pick and choose an area where you would like to go ahead with development of an airport. So we often say UDAN is a market-driven scheme. That is, it is not us, but it is the market or the demand that decides where an airport should come up and what sort of connectivity should come up. I'll probably try to explain that part also subsequently. Government of India has been generous, and they gave us 4,500 crores in the first phase, 1,000 crore in the second, and probably much more in the offing as we move forward for creation of this aviation infrastructure. And we, through the UDAN scheme, devised something called viability gap funding. It's the financial support that we give to the airlines. And that way we have made the scheme self-sustaining in the sense that this is a cross-subsidy. We take from airlines and we give it to the other airlines. I'll explain that part as well. So when we devise the scheme, these are some of the features of the scheme. The uniqueness of the scheme comes from this. If you are an airline operator under the scheme, you would not have to pay any charge to any airport that you fly to. No parking charges, no highly discounted navigation charges, no terminal charges. Then your ATF or the central excise duty on your fuel also goes down. There's a subsidy on that. And top of it all, we provide you a viability gap funding. The state government, they would provide the fuel, the fire and the security for the airports that come up. And they also contribute 10 to 20% of the viability gap funding that we provide to the airlines. This is more to have their buy-in, their skin in the game. So it's a federal scheme, the state and the center together implementing this scheme. As I said, it's a self-financing model. And as of now, the current scheme is till 2027. So the extension or otherwise of the scheme is also under consideration. Now, what has this scheme done? We've spoken about how the scheme is structured, how we have had 13 bidding cycles over the last 8 years. We bidded out routes, new airlines came up, they operated, we had connectivity. But this is what the scheme has contributed to the aviation ecosystem. We had 613 operationalized routes as of today. I mean, the 4 routes have operationalized today as we speak. Chitrakoot to Khajuraho, Khajuraho to Rewa. Rewa was an airport that we recently got inaugurated by Honorable PM. And today it has got operationalized. That adds to our kitty. We were having 86 operationalized airport. And today, with Rewa being added, Rewa in Madhya Pradesh, it's 87 airports. 11 airline operators have so far participated in the scheme, and some of the airlines have took birth in the cradle of the scheme. Their entire flights, their entire operations are in a way financed by the scheme. To name a few, could be Fly 91, Star Air, Flybig, India One. These airlines are just flying entirely within the umbrella of the scheme. We had 1.46 crore passengers who have been benefited because of the scheme. Many of these are first-time flyers. Most of these are from such corners of the country where you would not have even heard the name of. If I speak out loud, say Jharsuguda, Jaipur, not Jaipur, Jaipur, Utkela, Kuch Bihar. I can go on. I said Rewa, probably many of you would not know Rewa. We are coming up with Datia, Ambikapur, Saharanpur, airports in UP. So the aviation map of the country is getting dotted. And to the extent that, those green patches will become dots by themselves. That is the aim and objective of the scheme. For this purpose, we have so far disbursed around 4,000 crores into our aviation infrastructure. That is the amount of money we have spent on development of airports, heliports, water aerodromes. And close to 4,000 crore we have disbursed through this VGF, the financial support to the airlines. But the more glaring impact of the scheme would come from this slide, this chart if you see. So these are the underserved airports. So under UDAN, what we do is, we do not take up greenfield projects. We do not build an airport from scratch. In our country, we have close to 400 or more airstrips that were built during various periods, World War I, World War II. So under UDAN, only those airstrips which are in existence in the form of a rudimentary runway, we take up those runway strips and we develop them into full-fledged airports. We also take up those airports where there is an airport, but there's hardly any flight, less than one frequency a day. So they are called underserved airports. Now see, these airports, say Gwalior, Belgaum, Hubli, Pantnagar, see the number of passengers before the UDAN scheme came into play and after the UDAN scheme came into play. The bars they have become New York skyscrapers. Similarly, these are unserved airports. These are the airports which were nothing but a dead airstrip where children would play cricket before the UDAN scheme came into play. And today they are, fledgling airports. To the extent we are required to create additional terminals, expansion in capacity, Darbhanga, many, Jagdalpur, Kishangarh in Rajasthan, Jharsuguda. These airports are the two, if I were to say, the indicators of success of the scheme. The number of passengers ranging from 0 to lakhs today. While this is how the scheme has been so far, probably most of this data is already in the public domain, has been in the newspapers through various articles or our social media. But then this is one part of the journey, and now having reached a stage where the UDAN has largely becoming self-sustaining scheme where new and new airports are getting identified. We are probably working on 30-odd projects as of now, adding close to 10 to 15 airports every year. Ladies and gentlemen, one airport every month this scheme is giving to this country. So in the next few years, you will be soon touching 200 figure. So this part is going on, the connectivity is going on, new airlines are coming. But then there is one area where we found that it's time for us to really push, and that is the seaplane operations in the country. A country blessed by a coastline of 7,500 kilometers. Country blessed by numerous water bodies, both man-made, natural, and we have just not utilized that available opportunity to connect these water bodies. So we understood and we realized one of the biggest bottlenecks in advancing the seaplane initiative was our own regulations. They were stringent, that was not letting any water aerodrome come into play, nor it was encouraging for any person to really start a seaplane airline service. So the first thing we did was to revise the regulations that are in place for seaplane operations. Our regulator, DGCA, has been very forthcoming. They have revised. We'll just have a brief look at what this regulation revision has done. And to top it on, we at the ministry issued a comprehensive guideline we said, what would be the role of each stakeholder, what an airline operator need to do, what an airport developer, which could be a state government or any private individual entity, needs to do. So we'll not go through this in detail. I just wanted to highlight the top 4 bar thing. The revised regulations brought in what was the necessity to push this seaplane initiative. It's, we simplified certification requirements, training requirements, pilot-related requirements, and the water aerodrome requirements. And to test whether these regulations are enough, to test whether these guidelines that we have sort of issued are supportive, we recently had a countrywide demonstration flight of seaplanes, which you would have heard of, I'm pretty sure. We started from Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. The Prakasham barrage we landed. So there was a seaplane that was brought from Canada all the way by one of the OEM, de Havilland. So they brought the seaplane, we landed it in Prakasham barrage, and we flew it to Karnataka, to the dams of Kerala, to the islands of Lakshadweep, from Lakshadweep all the way to the northeast, to Shillong in the Umiam Lake, from there to Guwahati riverfront, back to Andamans, and then, of course, it went back to Canada. That was a demonstration of both the capacity, the capability of the seaplane, what it could do, whether our regulatory infrastructure is in place to take care of such initiative. And I believe we have convinced the industry, we have convinced the 2B operators to sort of, take the first step towards the seaplane initiative. This is what we have done in the guidelines, what a state government needs to do on its part to develop the water aerodrome, to the site where the seaplane operations should take place, and what an air operator needs to do. Besides this, there has also been a talk of, under UDAN, the routes get operationalized, but some of the routes then discontinue. This could be for various reasons, either the low passenger load at that particular period of time, the airline having its internal issues, the aircraft availability issues, some technical issues at the airports. So those routes which once got awarded, we floated them again in 5.3, we floated them again in 5.4. So wherever these routes, if they today have become viable, if there's a demand today, then the airline should come forward and sort of bid and operate those routes. Then building on our seaplane initiative, we have launched UDAN 5.5 very recently on 14th of November. This round lists close to 450 helipads, close to 55 water bodies in the country, and it is now open to operators to come forward, to create networks, bring those proposals to us, and probably will award and will have seaplane operations in this country under the UDAN scheme, very likely in 2025. Now, these are the areas which probably most of you would like to have some viewpoint or the other. In the sense, those who are aware of the scheme, the way scheme has fared and the way scheme has had its set of hurdles, its sets of challenges. The extension of the scheme, we are working on this extension. We have made a proposal to Ministry of Finance and still in the consideration stage. One of the points that was often highlighted was that we often pick an airport for development after its identification in a bidding round. That is, an airline proposes. So whether this model itself is good enough, or should we be doing, some proactive feasibility study to find out sites which would require an airport, and probably the airlines have not identified. So it is more like, topping the market mechanism with some of our own in-house wisdom. Then there's the issue that while we have created airports, this aviation infrastructure, some of them, after a period of time, the airlines lose interest if they have not enough passenger load. So that infrastructure, that airport we have created, but it's not functional anymore. We have few of them, and there's always something in the works to sort of operationalize those non-operational airports. There is an issue in the licensing of airports. It takes at times enormously long, and nothing prevents me to say that at times we have We have been strangulated by our own regulations, but we are finding a way out, particularly for smaller airports, that if the regulations can be liberalized, if we can think of best practices globally. We have also, in fact, gone to the extreme of going for a non-towered approach for smaller airports. It is still in consideration stage. Those who understand aviation would know what I'm talking about. So when you have a non-towered approach, you do away with the presence of air traffic controllers. And when you do away with the presence of air traffic controllers, you sort of save a lot on the cost of air traffic ATCs that you eventually pay to AAI. This is more relevant in case of smaller airports or airports owned by private operators, of airports owned by state governments, which would not have those kind of resources dedicated for its development of aviation infrastructure. So there, I think this approach might find us a way forward. Our ability to connect in the Northeast, sometimes we have been on a high ride, sometimes we have had hiccups with some airlines collapsing, some airlines aircrafts going on ground. To fill the gap, you always need to prod the airlines to go to the Northeast. So that is a challenge. Civil plane operations, we have done our bit. We have taken the first move, the first step. We would wait from the industry to see. Another thing which is on the mind and not on the site is the issue of aircraft financing. The ability of the airline operators to actually secure finance or lease to induct aircraft. And that is why, while we have a huge demand in the country for, both in terms of the PAX numbers that you would see, both in terms of even in general aviations, the chartered aviation, there's a huge demand, but the capacity of the operators to generate finance, to induct those aircraft, that is limited. And that is also something that needs a breakthrough, a sort of discussion, more innovative ideas. So with this is what I have with me to sort of lay it out on the table for discussion. And over to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakesh. Hello, is it okay? So first of all, thank you. And it is very nice to see the entire Udan scheme catching up. You spoke about Jharsuguda. And I think you spoke about it twice. I happen to be from a place called Sambalpur. That's my birthplace. I'm a Bengali, but I was born in Sambalpur. And Jharsuguda is something which was my elementary education. After that, I shifted to Bangalore for various of my job and other purpose. 15 years, I kept on thinking that when can I go back to Jharsuguda and go to my school. And 15 years I kept on thinking, but there was no flight. And you have to catch a train, or you catch a nearest to Kolkata, thereafter you have to take a train, and it's going to be a harrowing journey. So every time I thought about going, I cancelled it. So then I saw that there's a direct flight from Bangalore to Jharsuguda, connecting 1 hour, 40 minutes. And after that I landed there out of 15 years. And I saw Jharsuguda is changed. That Jharsuguda, which was in the western part of the Orissa, underdeveloped, and there was no industry. Jobs were a big issue. Today, if you go to Jharsuguda and drive down to Sambalpur, that L&T road, you see all sorts of industrialization done. The only factor what I see is the connectivity done. Because after you have done the connectivity, I can see the industry thriving. The western Orissa, which was supposedly be one of the underdeveloped parts of the country, looks like a very, very developed country, like as far as Bhubaneswar or Puri or that part of the eastern Orissa. So thanks for a great initiative by the Government of India. Udan actually is clicking. On the hindsight, I was also the COO for Guwahati Airport, which also actually has a lot of RCS flights. And currently I head the Reliance Group, where we have 5 airports. All of them are under the RCS. And government's plan for the next 50 airports to be converted, all the 5 airports are considered under the RCS flights. So it's a great opportunity looking forward. But there are two aspects to what I see personally. While in the RCS, there's a beneficiary, which is the passenger, which is the foremost. He has to fly. The second is, of course, the airport operator. And third, as you said, is the airline operator. While the first, the passengers definitely has got a benefit. But in the RCS flight, whatever I could see, after you see the 30% or the 40% quotas of the subsidized fare, suddenly the fare jumps abnormally high. So while I understand the airlines would have a cost of economics built up in that, and hence the subsidy, whatever they can do from these 30%, beyond which the fare is slightly uncontrolled, maybe that's one where I see that should be a part of the lookout, because at the end of the day, the desh ke aam nagrik should be benefited out of it. Otherwise, it will not be benefited to the extent it is being visualized. The second part is, of course, the airport operator. While you spoke so much about the airline operators, the airport operator somehow, as a private operator, we do not have much benefit out of this entire thing, because, of course, we are supposed to take care of the CNS, we are supposed to take care of the ATC charges, we are supposed to take care of the Met charges, and hence in this entire pursuit of various obligatory charges, the feasibility of an airport who is almost like 80% doing RCS flights, somehow it does not work out to the extent when we are envisaging that from 140 airports, we'll go to about 200 airports, considering maybe 50% would be privatized. So going forward, the future, I would seek your inputs here. And thirdly is, of course, the airlines. And airlines also, connectivity with the maybe the B cities and the C cities of here, where route or the feasibility somehow, after the start, fizzles away. So after that, we see a lot of the routes are being taken off, or the routes are not functional or unserved. So looking forward, the growth that I see in India, having traveled to almost all these 50 airports personally, I see that if we can do something where we keep on these routes served, either by an aircraft which is lower on the capacity, or a fare, or providing these airport operators certain sort of a leeway by which all these three ecosystem can actually thrive in a joint way. Maybe your view, sir.
Certainly. Thank you, Dattaji. You have brought out those 3 points, and each of 3 points are valid. I'll try to give a response to each of them one by one. The first point being of the airfare. Now, it's a very difficult situation. You see, it's often said, if you are a billionaire and you want to become a millionaire, you start an aviation business. The probability would always be very high. So the aviation industry, the airline industry is a very, very sensitive industry. And I recently learned the money they make per pax is just a couple of dollars. So that's why, through Udan scheme or otherwise, too much interference into the market forces could be detrimental. While on the one hand, I am trying to benefit the pax who's flying on an Udan flight, by capping the airfare on the RCS seats. The non-RCS seats, if I try to intervene, what I'm trying to do is to scuttle the cost, the operational cost of that particular airline. So while we have deliberated on this aspect a number of times, we still are of the view that the VGF provided to the airline, which is it is calculated largely to take care of the cost of operations, the non-RCS seats will have to go the market way. If there is enough connectivity, the competition will bring down prices. There are, if they often say India is one of the most economic aviation markets in the world. globally, we are the most economic aviation market. 78% of Indian market is served by low-cost carriers. Our fares are globally, if converted into the respective currencies, we are the most competitive. Yes, so because the average flyer is very vocal and they belong to the more literate group of the customer base, that's why the reaction is often such. And the fares, therefore, are largely attuned to the demand. If there's a single flight flying, and if you have a great demand, the software of the airlines is such that, it traverses baskets quite fast. Even then, when we check the airlines data, we found majority of the seats are sold in their most economical buckets. It is only a very minuscule percentage of the seats that are sold on the highest fares, but because the highest fares are at times such mind-boggling numbers that they catch, they get sensationalized. I'm not trying to defend the fares, but I'm trying to say that our intervention into the fares should not, become counterproductive, that we do not have airlines altogether coming up because, they cannot make a viable business proposition. That is to the fares. The second aspect of the airport operators, very limited revenue streams. We are cognizant of the fact that the RCS airports would have very limited revenue stream. And this is more glaring for private operators. While the airports that AAI makes, there also the revenue stream is limited, but it often gets cross-subsidized from the larger airports where they make enough money, For private airports who are holding on to one or two airports, and there, because of RCS operations, they are not able to generate money. So there again, I would say that the private operator should think of it as an initial investment, because what we are trying to do is we are trying to develop traction for your airport. Through those RCS flights, connectivity happens. It's a discovery. So the market discovers that there is a potential airport. Once the flyers start flying, the airlines are observing, flights get mounted. Soon, this subsidy is not perpetual. It's for 3 years. Or if the airline shuts operations earlier, then probably even less. And thereafter, it is the commercial operations that happen at those airports. And once a commercial operation happens, the revenue is all yours. Case in point is, for example, the Mundra airport in Gujarat. It's a privately owned airport. Presently, there is just one small flight that's happening. It's a 3-seater aircraft. Fourth one is a pilot that is flying between Ahmedabad and Mundra under the RCS. So the idea was just to test the connectivity. Soon we had enough numbers of people flying that the airline increased its frequency from 1 sortie to 3 to 4 to 5. Probably they have around 6 sorties a day. And seeing this, another airline operator mounted additional flights to that small airport in Mundra. And Mundra, it's in Kutch, near Mandvi. Many of you, I don't know whether you have heard that there's a port there. And now they have, they have a wish list of mounting flights from Mundra to Mumbai to Surat to lots of places. So that is the initial gestation that any private operator probably will have to bear with. We are cognizant of the fact, and we are also proposing to address this fact. I might not be able to sort of elaborate on that, but we are aware of this aspect. The third was the continuity of routes. As I said in my presentation, this is a market discovery mechanism. We do not know for sure that there will be a demand on a particular route. And that is why we come forward with the initial 3 years VGF support. The expectation is that in 3 years, if there is demand, if there is traction, it will develop, it will mature into a commercial route. You cannot subsidize any route, or for that matter, anything in perpetuity. Today, you can make a case for 4 years, you can make a case for 5 years, you can make a case for 7 years. So somewhere you have to draw a line. And we are aware that within 3 years also, a lot of routes have shut down. We have put them up again for rebidding. Those routes which probably got shut down in 2018 or 19 have been put up again for bidding in 5.3, 5.4. So if over a period of time, some market has developed, some demand has found some legs, then the airline operator should be able to catch on. And that has happened. We have been able to award routes in 5.3. They have got operationalized. Many of my routes are those routes which Once discontinued after 3 years of VGF, some other airline picked up and realized I probably will be able to fly, and they have converted that route into a commercial route. We have close to 110 routes, ladies and gentlemen, that were started as RCS routes and are now flying fully as a commercial route. Airports, which started as RCS airports, are not serving a single RCS flights now. They are completely commercial. I can rattle off names: Belgaum, Hubli. Lot of airports have become completely commercial. Prayagraj, for that matter, with a few RCS flights, majority of its flights are commercial. The idea is that Udan, becomes the kickstarter, and then the ball rolls on its own.
Absolutely. And going forward, the way we had in the first session speaking about automation or digitization. For example, now in my previous stint, we were thinking of how do we consolidate all the AOCC under one single window or one single room and take care of all the operations of 7 airports. And I'm talking of all the capital cities. So at that level of digitization of automation, what we do is we reduce a lot of cost structures by which the way we scale up, like from example, from 140 airports to 240 airports. So that scaling can be easier done with a lesser cost burden to maybe a private operator or to even the AI. So what's your views on this, so that by which we can look at imbibing as much of tech is possible, and thereby give a role model to a lot of the countries outside, that not only we do our best routes to the RCS, but also have involved a lot of tech or digitization here, by which we have been able to replicate this model faster and also taken care of all the three aspects of the ecosystem, both the passengers, the airport operators, and the airlines. Your views on this, sir?
I'll try to see that, my priority still remains, while there is undenying that, technology adoption is the way to go forward as you streamline, as you try to increase or build efficacies and efficiencies into the system. The scheme per se, our priorities will remain the development of airports, even if it is the most rudimentary way we have to go to reach to those corners where, the creation of the aviation infrastructure is the priority. That we understand we are trying to, as I said earlier, we are trying to go for non-tower approaches, and that would require that we install additional systems that, there are, when we went to the US, some company was marketing that there are micro towers. Though those are signal disseminating equipments and they can replace ATCs. So we are looking at leveraging technology to sort of, speed up the way we do this, reduce the gestation period that our airport takes in development, trying to see for new construction technologies as well. But to that, the scheme has really, if I would say, we do not give any weightage per se towards induction of technology as is to the reach. My first priority is still the reach, no matter what.
Yeah, quite. In fact, that's very good, because when I was with the Guwahati airport, Guwahati always had a good population of the catchment area. But when you said about the other airports, let's talk about any smaller airports. What primarily has been my lookout that is the airport has a catchment area and a connectivity. So as far as connectivity is concerned, how do you catch the rural or maybe the other locations which can get connectivity to the airport? And that means how do we take care of the ecosystem beyond the airport? So I'm sure when we develop the new airports under the RCS, the airlines would be looking at how do we have a load factor of about 70% and above. And 70% and above means that we really take care of the entire ecosystem, and also maybe some portion of that from the other available transportation medium like railways or somebody. So any views on how are we thinking about that ecosystem in total, so that we have a catchment area, we looks at the airport that every 100 kilometers I have one airport and I can fly off any destinations I want. So that way, looking at larger picture rather than just the airport or the connectivity.
Yeah, again, I would not be the right person to speak, but on this subject, in the sense that the multimodal, connect to any airport is an area which has got renewed focus from the wider government, and ministries are collaborating. Then there's a PM Gati Shakti portal on which you try to sort of have layers of airport and then road and railways connectivity, and but still because my scheme is limited to the existence of airstrips, so my airport development still comes first. It's connect to the rest of the habitation or to the town center is something we then urge the respective state governments to take care of, because ultimately you need the passengers to sort of reach the airports to avail the connectivity. But I would draw myself away from this particular part of discussion and say that the focus is on establishing connectivity as the first priority, seeing to it that it eventually connects to the habitation or civilization or town is something we then insist upon with the concerned state governments.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sankesh. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Sir. Thank you for sparing time and showcasing the initiatives. May I request Mr. Michael Jain, the co-chair of PhD Civil Aviation Committee, to please present a memento to Mr. Sankesh Mehta, sir, Director, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Thank you for coming and sharing, sir. I'm sure the people have a lot of questions. We'll take them offline. A big round of applause, please. There are a lot of opportunities in this scheme, so anybody who's interested to take it forward can meet, sir. Can we request the panel for a photograph? Please. Sir, photograph, please. We are going to start a very important panel right away. It is an MRO roadmap for the future, fostering an agile and sustainable MRO and OEM ecosystem in India. So for this session, we have with us the stalwarts from the industry, requesting the chair, Mr. Michael Jain, co-chair, PhD CCI, to join us on the dais. So just give us 2 minutes to set it up, please. The moderator is Mr. Pulak Sen, founder, MRO Association of India. We are very privileged to have Mr. Sharad Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer, AI Engineering Services Limited. Mr. Arun Kashyap, who's the General Secretary of the MRO Association of India. Mr. Sirisa Das, who's the Chief Technical Officer, Air India Limited. Mr. Ashwani Acharya, Indiair Aviation Private Limited. And Mr. Anshul Bhargava, Chairman and MD, Havis Aerotechnic. So these are the stalwarts of the industry, and to make India a MRO hub, they're going to talk about it, and we'll open the floor for questions after that. Requesting all the panelists to please join us on the dais. And a big round of applause, please. Can we hear it for our panelists who've taken out time to be a part of this program? Thank you so much. Ashwani sir, Anshul sir, Pulak sir, please join us on the dais. Thank you. So there will be a recording available as well of the proceedings today, and we shall be sharing that with everybody. I think Arun sir will join us. He must be on his way. So I'll hand it over to Pulak sir to start.
Good afternoon. Thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, to give me the opportunity to moderate this session. MRO has been a very important MRO has been a very important aspect of the airline industry, and the present government has given so much impetus for this sector. So it's my pleasure to have on my panel today Sharad Agarwal, the CEO of Air India Engineering Limited, Mr. Michael Jain, the co-chair, Mr. S.K. Dash. He is the Chief Technical Officer of Air India today. Mr. Ashwini Acharya, educator by himself, but now he has a company which is called iRise, and Mr. Anshul Bhargav. So I will start with, Anshul Bhargav, the Managing Director and Chairman of Havas Aerotech. It is a new baby on the MRO horizon, and thank you very much. I will do a brief introduction of my panel. To start with, Mr. Sharad Agarwal. Mr. Sharad Agarwal is an alumni of Birla Public School, Pilani, Kendriya Vidyalaya, Surat, and IIT Mumbai. Thank you, sir, for being my hum-safar in Bombay. Mr. Agarwal's background is very robust in line maintenance, work maintenance, and certifying staff and ensuring highest standard of aircraft maintenance and safety. Furthering expertise, he completed a postgraduate management program from ISB Hyderabad, which propelled him into the strategic role within the aviation sector. In his capacity as quality manager of AISL, Mr. Agarwal played a pivotal role in implementing the newly drafted CAR 66 regulations, enhancing the company's compliance and operational standards. He has also significantly contributed to the setup of Integrated Operation Control Center of Air India, erstwhile Air India, streamlining operations and improving efficiency. Currently, as CEO of AISL, Mr. Agarwal has been instrumental in driving the company's growth. Under his leadership, AISL has expanded its market share and increased its brand visibility both domestically and internationally. His visionary approach and strategic initiative has enabled AISL to achieve new heights, solidifying its position as a leader in the aviation engineering services industry. Mr. Agarwal's career is a testament of his commitment to excellence and innovation in aviation engineering. His strategic vision continues to inspire and lead AISL towards a future sustained growth and success. I want a round of applause for Mr. Agarwal. Mr. Das, I am sorry, I don't have your profile with me, but whatever little I know about you, I'm going to talk and tell about you. Mr. S.K. Das is currently the CTO of Air India, and under him, 4 airlines are there today, sir, correct? With all the merger. He started his career in 1989 in Indian Airlines as a line engineer. Then he served Air Shara, similar position. And Indico, he was the startup. He was there from the startup. Then, before taking over as the CTO of Air India. He was with Vistara as the engineering head. He has total experience of 35 years in airline and 4 years in aviation. A big round of applause for him. Now, let me talk about Ashwini Acharya, a seasoned aviator and accomplished entrepreneur, managing director of iRise Group, helping the next generation of aviators. A seasoned aviator with a passion for technology and innovation, he established and headed the largest pilot training center in India and held senior roles in both international and domestic airlines. Ashwini is known for his leadership skill, having independently managed a business value of over $40 million and successfully established a world-class pilot training facility in Greater Noida, Gurgaon, Bangalore, and the JV between Interglobe and CAE. In addition to his aviation career, Ashwini is deeply involved in mentorship, guiding pilot and aircraft maintenance engineer. He is also chairman of the Committee of Aviation Training and Skilling at the Federation of Aviation Industry in India. He is associated with Indiairport Technique, which is among the largest MRO in India. His interests extend to outdoor adventures, cricket, theatre, and learning saxophone. Recognized for his excellence in aeronautical engineering by Honorable our late President APJ Abdul Kalam, Ashwini is a motivational speaker and an advocate for skilling development in aviation. Big round of applause for him, please. Our last but not the least aviation entrepreneur is Mr. Anshul Bhargav. He is the co-founder and operations leader at Satyasai Group, a company he has significantly shaped over the past 15 years. His role has been pivotal in transitioning the company from a startup to a professionally managed organization with diversification into various sectors, including assets, HR, retail, and aviation. Currently, he is heading your Havas Aerotechnic. It's a very new baby on the MRO platform. A lifetime member of the BRICS Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Anshul leverages his extensive professional network to attract and engage top talents of diverse projects. His leadership style and entrepreneurial mindset and highly valued, especially in crafting solutions that drive the sustainable economic success. Anshul oversees the entire life cycle of product and services, focusing on planning, organizing, and controlling to maximize profits while making marketing, financial, and corporate growth objectives. His commitment to quality and process with a customer-first approach has led all group companies to achieve ISO 9001, 2000 and 2008 certification. He has recently got another ISO certification, which I think he will talk about in his... with your permission, the panelists, can I ask Anshul to make a PowerPoint presentation, sir? He will take only 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Ram Ram to everyone and Jai Hind. Thank you PhD Chamber of Commerce for inviting me for this panel discussion, and Mr. Pulak Singh, sir, thank you so much. And you know, I'm the youngest and having very less experience. When I sit along with such experienced people and the largest MRO and the largest airlines. So I'm feeling very much honored. Thank you so much for having me on this stage. This is my first panel discussion. So I'll be slightly nervous also. So I'll excuse, you have to excuse me for any, disruption on words and other things. So I'll introduce, I started my journey with an IT company. I made it a remarkable journey in telecom. Then from there, I graduated myself into aviation. I have come in aviation to make a Pushpak Vimana. But later, I realized that there is a strong need for MRO, And it's very important when I talk about MRO. It is not about maintaining the spare parts and maintaining the aircrafts and other things, but it is more to it if we go deep into it. And unfortunately, something is missing in this MRO where I wanted to add spice into it, which lacks two things. One is making new generation engineers, which can think not only about repairing of spare parts and aircrafts, but they want they should design aircrafts also or spacecrafts in the coming time ahead now. So we have come in this industry with three basic aims. One is to have an MRO which can fulfill the need of the country, where all the flying machines should fly. Second thing is to have the skilled manpower. For that, we have made an initiative of having Havas Gurukul, which is absolutely different from all the other schools, because it is coming with the concept of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and simulators. Simulators not for the pilots, but simulators for the engineers, which have not been heard by the industry so far. And third one is research and development. When I talk about research and development, none of the MRO is having a R&D center along with it, which is a strong need for the engineer, I'm really very glad and delighted that Mr. Dash has started with it. And, I'm a fan of him for a very long time, and it has made, by his initiative of R&D, has made me a remarkable fan of him. So, so this is what was required for the Indian industry, especially in aviation, to grow. We started with a very small MRO for wheels and brakes, and then we have graduated for many more components, First, we have established a MRO. We are only 8 years old, not very long. So we have, number one, this Gurgaon facility, which is YASA approved. And we have now developed another facility, which is Delhi approved facility by YASA. Recently, YASA has audited. And we have started, I think we'll be getting the first approval in the country for ULD containers, for repair and maintenance, for cargo ULD containers and pallets and other things. And but then we have got an MRO in Bangalore. So our idea is first to spread our small MRO in almost all the metro cities, where we can service almost all the airlines for their needs, the basic needs, like wheels and brakes, oxygen, life-saving products, and avionic products. And in the second phase, we are thinking about having an MRO for APU, landing gear, radome, and other things. And the third, and which is very important for my dream to come through, is setting up an aircraft MRO. And I think all the MROs which are presently in India of aircraft is in south side. And none of the MROs are there in northern part, which we would like to develop an MRO for, not only for civil, but for defense also. When I talk about civil, I've got a very ambitious plan. I'm very young for that, but yes, we have got an ambitious plan for developing for wide body, narrow body, as well as defense platforms. So this is what we would like to develop something there. And along with that, we would like to have a research and development team also, so that we can support the OEMs and we can support the requirement of the Indian needs also simultaneously and become a and achieve towards the self-reliance, where we can be, independently having that. So we have got some glimpse. This is our Gurugram facility. We have recently taken 1 acre of place which is near to Bangalore airport. Then we are having another facility at Delhi, which is there. And this is all functional. Now, further to that, we are developing a facility in Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Hyderabad very soon for the component level. And for the aircraft, we'll be developing this facility for in north, because north there is a requirement, and all the MROs are there in south. So this is what we plan to do, and you'll be all delighted to know that we have got YASA approval, DGC approval, and we have actually applied for FA also. And recently we have got a certification on ISO certified. Now we have got that certification too. And as far as manpower, currently in these 3 facilities, we have got around 175 engineers which are working with us. And I think within 1 year, we'll double our engineers to 350 people and above. And here, a lot of development is going on in terms of we are in a process to tie up along with foreign MROs, and we request people who are independently working as an MRO to collaborate along with us so that we become one team. And as together, we can represent the complete, India, instead of, having standalone MROs. So this is what is my thought process in going forward. And this is what I have to say all about.
Thank
you
you
so much.
Anshul. That was great. I would request Ashwini to talk about his new venture. I would like you to address the audience about your new venture.
Hello, check. Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, new venture, I don't know. But the fact of the life is that some point of time, one has to decide where he's heading. The more you're on the wrong side of the 50s, some people like me feel the itch to, start giving back something to the society professionally. Not the social work, but professionally what you've learned in 30, 35 years of aviation journey. So I started long back in late 80s, and since then I worked for international airlines, domestic airlines. Along with Dash, I was, we can say, core founding team of Indigo. I'm actually Indigo's employee number 5. Very proud of that. Having seen the journey over so many years, and for last 10 years, I was heading the Pilot Training Center, which is a JV of CAE and Interglobe, 2014 to 2024. And we are now the largest pilot training center in India with about 17 full flight simulators operating. At this point, I realized that, and I headed an MRO way back in 2010. That was a general aviation MRO. Being an engineer, having been a techno-commercial, plus a business head, managing P&L, I figured out that there's a huge opportunity for the aviation to grow still. And there is a huge gap in what we are thinking, what we are delivering, and what we are trying to do. So I took a step back. As about 6 months ago. I've just moved out from that active operational role as the business head of CSTPL, and now I'm exploring the world. But to that extent, I want to make sure that the skill gap, Anshul mentioned, from 170 to 350 engineers, I can tell you that will be a big challenge. 170 engineers qualified, wanting to deliver a high quality product for the airlines. It's a big challenge right now. We are not investing enough in our skilling initiatives, especially for the engineering. The MRO capability we have all seen for last 15 years. I've been on some panels since 2010, and I'm seeing that we have got a lot of talks done about it, but somehow the groundwork is still far away from what it should have been now. We took looking at about what, 1,200 planes in the next 5 years?
Yes, sir.
From 700 plus now to 1,200, maybe more than that. All this will require a very strong foundation for this skill. So my new venture actually is trying to see from not only engineering capabilities, but overall ecosystem of aviation skilling in India. And of course, being an engineer, I am so very passionate about making sure that the MRO gets the right footprint from the engineers who are yet to become engineers. Probably they are still in school, passing 12th. But this is the time where you need to educate the industry as to what should be their expectation. Also help the educational community, also help the next generation. He just mentioned artificial intelligence. Normally an AME, aircraft maintenance engineer, currently, he's got a very blanket idea of what AI is going to be, or is, except from ChatGPT, which I believe now everybody being on the Android or the Apple knows what is ChatGPT. But to use this predictive AI into, or a regenerative AI into the maintenance aspects, doing all kind of logistics planning is a huge challenge. We are not yet producing, we are not yet investing in that segment at all. Long story short, it's a new beginning for me, it's a new challenge. I am also associating with Indamar, which is also one of the biggest MROs in India. So let's see how the journey unfolds, but I am enjoying every bit of it. And yes, we will look for as much collaborations, we will look for as much support from the airlines and from the PhD chambers and the likes to make sure that we are ready. Today we are about 150 planes short in the operational area because of variety of reasons, aircrafts being grounded, some airlines unfortunately seeing the tough times. But the good thing is that we have some scope. So another 2-3 years, we really have to come together and develop this ecosystem of a highly skilled, competent, forward-looking next generation of engineers and technical skills, and the organizations who have that vision to really raise the bar for themselves. So hoping for all the best. I'm sure it'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwini. I would now request Mr. Dash to talk about his airline, his acquisitions, and the upcoming MRO in Bangalore.
Thanks, Palagda. We have been talking a lot of these MRO events, rather than not only in India, abroad also, Singapore, Australia, everywhere. So personally, I've been attending and been speaking on all those MRO cells. So whatsoever we have been speaking, are we really reflecting those things on the ground? If you ask me, no. We have been talking about setting up the MROs, setting up the business viability, setting up the system which is continuous sustainable MROs. Are we able to do that? If you ask me honestly, I will say no. What's happening? We are looking at only one part of it, or certain tip of the iceberg, and we are not going below that. For the matter, if I need certain parts, if I go to MRO, I mean with due respect to all, not to highlight anybody, what he asks? He asks me, okay, I will do the business, provided you give me all these things. Now, if I need to get all those things to India, get a tax on that, do a service, pay a service tax on that. Of course, with the great MRO association, we fight with the, not fight, press our case with the government, with the minister, from previous 12-18% to brought it down to 5%. Which industry is making a margin of 5% every time? So that you can afford that? No, nobody. So when we are talking about the MRO system and all these things, how to make it sustainable, that's the core issue. We are all talking about ecosystems. Now Anshul told about the Gurukul and all this system. Where from you get the manpower? Out of the now the metro cities, how many of the family members are really looking for their kids to go and work on the field, the blue collar job? Are there any? No. What is your catchment area? Your catchment area right now to get the talent is to tier 2, tier 3. But a person coming from tier 2 to tier 3 to train, he needs to have a guaranteed job. We are talking, we have got 115 training schools. Why they are struggling to fill up those? Is anybody giving them a guaranteed job? That, okay, you do this course, I will ensure that you get a 2 years hands-on experience, and I'm there to recruit you. Nobody is doing that. So from the basics itself, he will be struggling to getting enrolled into a system where he can see his future. So what we need to do, even we are talking about the MRO, how to go to the root basics of each and every action points. If I'm getting somebody, how the person is going to be trained, how is going to be get associated with an MRO, then his job, where he can become an engineer. That's one part of it. Then the other part of it, like the spares, consumables. In India, we are manufacturing the aircraft. Can't we manufacture the O-rings, the nuts, the bolts? We are still importing them and paying the taxes on that. Why we have to do that? Again, we are focusing on one part and leaving all others aside. Of course, I am not telling that it is a one bullet solution or one golden bullet solution to everything. But whatever the systems we do, once we take it to the complete basics and go to the root level, what all things I need to do. For example, if I'm putting an MRO, do I have a fulfilling the people to get it over there? To answer your query, MRO, we side by side built an BMTU. So the people getting trained easily can get access to the MRO where they can see their future and the next course of their life. While I'm talking about this one, in the MRO, when you are talking, can you manufacture small parts? I don't see in a single organization who actually has got a POA. Of course, in Air India, we are the first one to get in the major modification DOA for the interiors. Nobody had it. Everybody had the minor. We are the first one to get to the major modification. But how many of actually has got the POA? Though we have signed with FAA, mutual agreement of the POA, we never had. Nobody is coming forward. Everybody is focusing on the bigger things, but we should know that there are the industries who are the lifelong, perhaps manufacturing only the seat actuator, and they are surviving, and they are doing good business. But we are more focused on the other things, how to get everything. So when we are trying to get everything, perhaps we are not doing a justice to our MRO. So what I'm trying to say over here, rather than only looking for one bigger thing, MRO, how can we actually bracketize into the different verticals and do justice to each and every action item of that? Can you tell me, do we have an aerospace welding facility in India? Any aerospace forging facilities? No. If I need to do some aerospace welding process, I have to look for somewhere out. Maybe one, maybe two. One or two MROs with great difficulty. Even they struggle to do that one because they don't have enough business to do it continuously. So my point over here, when I'm looking from the airline side, we are talking about airlines shutting down. Why they are shutting down? If everything is so rosy, good, and we have got a figure of GDP which is going to 6 to 7%, that we are predicting 1,200 aircrafts to come down, then why an airline with 56 aircraft is dying down? So what is that point we are missing? Perhaps we are missing the complete ecosystem, where it is the sustainability of an airline or an MRO or any institution which should come together. Perhaps this is where we are missing. So what should be our focus should be, whatever we do it to the 100% to sustainable. Then go further. I remember, as Anshul was talking, at one point he said, "Sir, why don't you come and see our facility?" Sir, I said, okay, first of all you do this. Then when you go, then we say, okay, this is the facility, perhaps you can, to the OEMs, you partner with them so that you get the best of facility. And we push for all the ovens, like the saffron ovens. So they started doing that. So one after another, once you get accredited to certain OEMs and certain the manufacturers, then you start getting into that. And this is how we can build the complete ecosystem. Unless until we do that, standalone, there is no captive business, there is no there is uncertainty of the captive business as well. Perhaps we will not be able to succeed. So I'm not talking that pessimist, but optimistic by pace. So we need to work towards that goal, how to build the complete ecosystem in each and every aspect. Unless until we do that, this MRO industry will be still exporting, we will never be able to import.
Correct. I agree with you 100%. We have to build the ecosystem and we lack it very, very much. See, carpets are being made here. As O-rings, you mentioned O-rings are already produced in India and it goes to Singapore, to Boeing and Airbus warehouse, and they come back to us.
Okay, for that example, I was in Seattle on the 777X and the 787. I was just walking through the aircraft and I saw that's made in India, Bangalore, the smoke detector. I said, can I get it? No. But they were made in Bangalore in India.
Correct.
So that's what we manufacture, we give it, they put the stamp, they give it back, and we take it back.
They price it more in dollars.
Because we don't have that certification policy to take it from the market. And
This is where the government has to look into.
So that's my point. Perhaps we can take up some questions and answers, but that's my thought process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like the India's largest MRO to say something, Sir Sharad Babu.
Thank you, Dada. And thanks, Dash, for this. It was very powerful. And perhaps you have hit the root cause. The country is lacking the ecosystem for a sustainable MRO, which is actually driving the civil aviation as well. Having said that, yes, tons and tons of investments are required for next maybe 5 to 10 years. And I can see that in case Air India is taking an initiative towards creating a huge infrastructure at one of the airports, which is right from the enrolling the students, training them for maybe 4 years, putting them into the MRO to serve the airlines and maybe the industry. Perhaps that is the way to go forward. The airlines in India are growing very, very fast. And whatever it is, Dash, your initiative, and whatever the Air India is doing, it's going to take at least 3 to 4 years before it comes to some level. The interim plan, perhaps the country is lacking that. How will the airlines be sustained in this period? Perhaps I also do not have an answer. At the same time, the concentration is on the big aircraft, that is the 320s, which may be 1,000, 737, once again, which may be 750 to 1,000 in the country. What about the aircraft which are serving the UDAN routes, the RCS routes? Is there a viability to have those MROs in the country? The UDAN scheme, which is the Government of India scheme, which is partly funded through the viability gap funding. And yes, some of those airports come up and sustain business. Just 2 weeks back, I traveled to a city called Bareilly. That city was one of the earlier beneficiary of the RCS scheme. And those days, Alliance Air had started a Delhi-Bareilly flight. Today, the city is having flights by different airlines from Bangalore, from Hyderabad. And if you compare the Hyderabad-Delhi fare of the same airlines and Hyderabad-Bareilly fare of the same airlines, it's 1:2. We are looking forward that the industry moves to serve the airlines, to serve the entire ecosystem of the country so that every single citizen in the country can afford to fly. Well,
Thank you very much, Harat Babu. I would like a round of applause for him. Sir, I have got a few questions. I would like any of you to answer this. Sir, you will be acquiring the largest fleet, one of the largest fleet in India, and your MRO is coming up. Will you still require your partner, Air India Engineering, and other partners to serve you till your MRO comes up?
So I think already answered that part. If you see, everybody is looking into the bigger things like the aircraft MRO. But as I mentioned, there are so many other things which you will be always dependent on others. You are not going to do each and everything every part of it. While speaking that one, then when we are talking about whether the maintenance side, the cost side, everybody is doing in the cost analysis. So based on that, you know what all things you can do it over here, how to get it done, and who are the MROs providing you that facility, how nearby it is or how easy it is to get it. Suppose I get some part, let's say I get it in Trivandrum. The freight cost itself is going to be cost more than that. It's not viable, right? So similarly, there are many things which you need to look into, but the complete MRO system will be always dependent on somebody else. You do something, I do something, he does something, and all of this together, okay, how we can subsidize or how we can go together into the system. So it will be always there. I mean, we have been working closely I won't say that any airline, any MRO in the world who says that he's self-sufficient and he's not dependent on others. He will be always dependent on other.
It is interdependent between airline and MRO.
Yes, always it will be.
And the ecosystem has to grow.
Of course, it will be always there.
Thank you. Sir, this Make in India recommendation that the government is saying make in India, maintain in India and all that, MRO Association has always stood by that, but have the airlines also given their recommendation to the government? Because the parts I am saying, which are very, very costly, OEM parts, why can't we get them in India?
I just told, we can do it. It's not that we cannot do it. But while doing it is the certification process. That's more important. Until you get this certification process and the IP rights, you can overcome the IP rights, you cannot do anything. Because there is a lot of money which has been spent on the R&D. They want to recover that money. They don't give it. And that's how you suffer.
I remember Mr. Jagannath's time, Honeywell had come for the TCAS, and they were not willing to put up a factory, MRO in India. They were taking those TCAS away to Singapore to their facility. So Thales is now coming up with the IFE center in Gurgaon, and there are other companies who have come. So I think slowly India will be populated by OEM MROs where people like Anshul and Sharadji and perhaps Ashwini can work with and take the industry forward. Anshul, you have any plans for international collaboration in your MRO?
Yes, sir. We are actually working with one of the largest MROs, which will, I'm just crossing my fingers. So there are 2 or 3 MROs we are in discussion. I think they'll come and collaborate along with us to take it forward for wide body and narrow body aircrafts. So Right now we are in a discussion, and a level discussion along with them. So let us see. Not only that, we are also planning for, we have started working on development of two activities. One is we are trying to build up a software where, the artificial intelligence is getting built on that, which will help the airlines and the MROs to better forecast the things. And a lot of things would be very easy, number one. Number two is we are also in a process to establish the warehouse across India, which will be custom bound warehouse, where, the idea is to take the material as and when required and pay the taxes. So it would not be burden, number one, and it would not be, increasing the, the inventory cost to the airlines or to the MRO. So this is what we are working on, sir. And as I have told, as sir has told, we are also in a process to develop high skill manpower which can serve India and internationally also. So these are the three areas which we are working on, sir.
Thank you. Yes, please.
So, sir, you mentioned about IP and certification. So, isn't it a story of chicken or egg? If the OEMs don't give us the IP and they don't give us the certification to either to do the MRO work on those components, and then you set up a MRO, but you can't do that. So, isn't it a chicken or egg? So, how will this whole cycle end? And how do you? And this is a question for both of you actually.
This is exactly what I said. So when you're talking about the DO and the POA, they work actually on that concept. So when you start doing the DO and the reverse engineering and get the POA to accredit it to somebody, then you can actually do that. So, of course, now then there is other aspect to it where you are taking the aircraft from the lessor. They will insist on the ESA. But when you are buying your own, you don't have to get any ESA. And this is how the story starts. Everybody has started the story on the similar fashion. So the country itself has to start in that fashion. Unless until you start on that one, the reverse engineering and the POA, we have started doing certain things on that aspects, already started doing. But it will a long road to get into that area, chicken. Somebody has to start somewhere. So there it is.
So I think the key to this whole discussion, I think beyond this panel also, is broadly two level. One is operational, one is strategic, which is vision. Operational is getting an OEM accreditation by having a setup or a facility, because OEM also require a certain benchmark, certain standard to give you the certification to do work on their behalf. That's part one. They're not giving you the source code for any of their IP. So IP is one blanket thing, but actually it is the source code, because now it is all software driven, right? I was collaborating with the software provider and he said, okay, you give us the software and we will then customize it to our sense. He said, no, we will only customize it for you. So you'll have to keep paying them across many years. You will not get the source code. Now that is operational challenge. Strategic thing is that somebody has to write that source code for self and then start using it. For that you need resources, and the organization, Mr. Agarwal also said, we have to start looking at strategically, and what Dash is also saying. So there are so many segments. Unless we are looking at strategically, I think all this would be again boiling down to getting the best arrangement or a best collaboration with somebody who already holds the rights for us. Skilling, I think, still is something which is very low hanging. Every organization has to contribute to make sure that the skilling of the MRO segment, which is engineers, type-rated engineers, technicians, today it takes about, Dash, correct me wrong if I'm wrong, about 7 to 8 years at a minimum for a bright youngster to become a certifying staff. And then it takes another 2, 3, 4 years of good exposure in a good airline organization where he can bring more skill to the beautiful and brilliant piece of work which MROs in India do, and I'm sure MROs everywhere else do. Taking an engine down, putting it up, checking it up, and fixing it back, it requires a serious level of competence, which comes with experience. Are we really investing I don't think so. So we have to start working on that. And then all these things will gradually get addressed.
Thank you. Acha, are we getting regulatory support needed to boost the MRO industry? Are we getting the required support from the regulatory needed to boost the MRO industry?
See, regulatory support, it is available. The regulation, the 145, is very beautifully written. You need to comply with the regulation and you get the approval. Typically, when we were fully prepared, it has just taken maybe 1 week to get an approval. So things do move. Things move and things move pretty fast. The requirement is that you have to be fully prepared.
Thank you, sir. I have a peculiar question. Collaborations between airports, airlines, OEM, and MRO providers working together to enhance aircraft turnaround time and maintenance efficiency. Can you and Mr. Das can elaborate on this question, sir?
Okay, yeah, that's a very, very interesting point which you have just put up. Collaboration between OEM, the airlines, the MRO, and the airport operator. See, it's the airlines which is buying an aircraft, and the intention of an airline is to provide a cost-effective services to its customer, so as to enhance its customer base and so as to ensure that every single person can fly. To support an airlines, the MRO is required because maintenance cost is one of the biggest cost head for an airlines. The efficiency of an MRO is critical so as to turn around a plane fast enough and so as to minimize the ground time and enhance the effective flight time of an aircraft. Now comes the vital thing, the OEM which has supplied the component. What is the leverage between the airlines and the OEM? Is the airlines using its leverage to ask OEM for a quick support of the component? Most of the airlines are doing and are getting the components maybe within 48 hours. Do airlines get benefited by asking OEM to set up a shop in India? That is the biggest question now. OEM says that, well, I am having a shop in Europe which is supporting maybe 5,000 aircraft globally. For 500 aircraft in India setting up a shop, will it give me the scale of economics? Question is tricky. Now let's come to the last point, which is the airport operator. Especially for the base maintenance, what is required is a huge chunk of land at an airport. Each airlines will ideally like that land to be at one of the major hubs of that airlines, so as to ensure that the aircraft is maintained where it is flying from. And there comes the vital link of the airport operator's support. How well is he willing to support an MRO activity on its airport, on its land? And what is the revenue which the airport is going to earn out of that? So again, having said that, having just put all the partners in place, airlines and MRO, yes, they become critical to each other. But how well can this partnership leverage the support of OEMs and also the airport operators? That is the vital question, and then I pass it on to the other panelist.
Mr. Das?
So, as far as this concern, airport operators and all, so we have to bifurcate into the various parts again. Now we are seeing more and more privatized airports. So the privatized airport means the cost structure is different. Whether with that kind of cost structure, whatever you build, and whenever you are building and something on the hangar or something, so that basically you are talking about of the investment of 20 to 30 years, not below that. So the ROI has to come into that level, whatever the cost you are getting, whether it is viable. If the ROI is not there with that kind of cost availability, because the airports also has got a challenge because they don't get it forever. There is OMDA, there is other contracts which they need to follow it up. So from that point of view, they cannot commit you beyond certain periods. At the same time, they have certain obligations, which they would like to pass on to the anybody operators who goes in that one. So it goes a circle on that. And the costing structure, because of that, whether it is viable or not, is a debatable question. So I will not go to the costing structure. But as far as the principle is concerned, wherever you're flying, your major airports and everything, your major flying hub, you would like to have an hangar over there. I mean, India, such a big country, we are lagging a Code D hangar at Delhi. We are lagging an engine run-up bay in Delhi. We don't have. I mean, you feel sometimes that we are in a situation, being in such a big airport, we don't have an engine run-up bay. We don't have an Code D hangar over here. If you want to do actually a retraction check at Delhi, you cannot do, and you have to take the plane to Mumbai or Nagpur. That's the state of the affairs as on that.
It's a waste of valuable money in fuel and transport the aircraft all the way to Bombay or other places to do the test.
No, I couldn't get.
The engine run-up test that you are saying cannot be done in Delhi, but you have to...
It can be done. It is mitigation way. It's not an actual way. So, obviously, again, the airport collaboration, as I said, it is the complete ecosystem. It has to come up if you really want to make everything viable. So, all the pieces need to be put together to get it down to this. So, somewhere you have to start. So, let's start. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I think it boils down again to the fact that how are we looking at things going forward. Delhi has its constraints, Mumbai has its constraints. So we have to look at again the bottom line of where it is going to be. For an airport operator, I'm sure the cost dynamics are huge. For airlines, the cost dynamics are huge if you want to grow fleet. And we're talking of MRO. MRO actually cannot move anywhere. It has to be wherever it is. So we need to strengthen from there. And then, of course, add on the pieces which will be required, especially the new airports which are coming up. I think they're already catering that at the design level, that all these things are being catered for. Some I know very closely that they really took the effort to make sure that in the design itself, you have some of these challenges addressed. And as Dash said, not mitigated, but these are being addressed. Nagpur is one example. Of course, it's a big MRO also there. But the more new airports coming up with the design stage, I think that will solve the problem to a certain extent. But we have to keep working on that actually. Because 2 years' time, and if we have these gaps staying, I think it is going to be a big challenge for the whole industry as such. Spares we talked about. Yes, getting a spare from outside, first availability, you want very quickly, you want AOG, the cost goes up. Now, MRO has to build this cost to the airline. The airline is wanting to reduce the cost as much, so that tussle starts happening. So the lowest denominator then becomes the manpower. So MRO actually is manpower resource organization. It is the highly skilled environment which they are bringing on the table.
Very well put, MRO.
So to the end that I think we have to From MRO perspective, we have to take care of this manpower resource organization, make it highly developed, highly skilled, and highly paid also. And I think from there we will start working on that. Hope for the best.
Anshul, your view on this, please? Nothing? Thank you. I would like to thank all of you for participating in this panel. Thank you very much to PhD Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Big round of applause for our panelists. They are the ones who are the backbones of the industry, and thank you so much for being here, sir, for taking our time. Thank you so much. May I invite Federique to please join us on stage and felicitate our panelists with a small memento to remember us by. To Mr. Pulak Sen, founder, MRO Association of India. He's a gold mine of knowledge in the MRO industry, and he's the one spearheading it. Mr. Pulak Sen. जोर से तालियां आ जाएं, please. I know it's the last sessions, but let's have it for them, please. To Mr. Michael Jain. Oh, sorry. Mr. Sharad Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer, AIESL. Thank you so much, sir, for supporting us, for being here, and thank you to your whole team for being here as well. To Mr. Michael Jain, who is the co-chair of PhD CCI Civil Aviation Committee, and also MD of Bel Air Travels, and he's also very much interested in getting the MRO industry going in India. Mr. Sirisa Das, Chief Technical Officer, Air India. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. Mr. Ashwani Acharya, he's bringing in the new technology in the MRO industry. Thank you so much for coming, sir. And Mr. Anshul Bhargava, Chairman and MD, Havius Aerotechnic. Come on, one big round of applause. Thank you so much. I'll request the panel to please stand for a group photograph. Requesting Captain Bali to also join us for the group photograph, please. Federique, photo. Thank you ever so much. So we just have a couple of industry presentations from the exhibitors, and then we'll close for the day. We have a big session for tomorrow as well. So to start with, may I request Mr. Nate Srinath from INXC Systems Private Limited to please give his industry presentation. Siddharth.
वीडियो है ये चार्जर लगा दो चार्जर की जरूरत नहीं है छोड़ दो HDMI इधर इधर थोड़ा और खींच लेना वेट करो मैं टाइप कर ले वेट करो मैं स्टार्ट कर लेता हूँ वेट करो हाँ ठीक है बस चल रहा है 1 मिनट दे देना ठीक है ना हाँ एक बार सर मैं स्क्रीन पे डाल रहा हूँ गया क्या चाहिए ऑडियो लगाना पड़ेगा ना ठीक है ठीक है Can we get started? So, good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long day for all of you, so I'm going to try and get this presentation out very quickly. So, I am Nate Srinath from Inexi. So, Inexi is an electronics company which is based in Gurgaon. And today I'm going to talk about airport systems business. So, who are we? So, we are an indigenous electronics company currently based in Gurgaon. We have created and manufactured products in multiple segments like aviation, automation, medical, defense, and consumer electronics. So these are some of the awards and recognition we have won over the years. We've been in business for about 10 years, and we've been very lucky to be associated with many private and government bodies and agencies, and happy to receive this honor from them. So, under aviation segment, Inexi was selected as one of the top 4 startups of India out of 900 startups participating in the AI startup policy. So today I'm going to talk about 2 such products which we have developed under the AI startup policy, and we have successfully commercialized with the help of Airports Authority of India. So the first product is Smart Dock AI, SVDGS. The name sounds very complicated, but its function is very technical and very useful for automation of airport operations. So SVDGS stands for Smart Visual Docking Guidance System. And what it does is it automates the docking operations of all aircrafts on the air side, thereby contributing to fast turnaround times and increasing the revenue for airport operations. So I'm going to talk about some of the features of our product. In this space, we are really competing with giants such as Honeywell, ThyssenKrupp, ADB SafeGate, and from India, we are probably the only company in this space manufacturing this product. So our technology is very new, cutting edge, fully indigenous. Couple of big sensors we use is we use a 3D LiDAR, which is very long range and high performing and very accurate compared to older technologies which are all laser based. And then we do have thermal sensors on board, HD cameras. We have a high-grade CPU, which is NVIDIA-based, helps with AI, ML-based advanced graphics capability to be able to make real-time decisions about various parameters of automation which we are interested in. We have a large 16 million true color outdoor LED display, which assists pilots to look at our display and park the aircraft safely. Multiple network interfaces are supported. And of course, we can interface with any aerobridge, which is the PBB of any operator or any manufacturer. It supports automation of billing operations, where airports can use our system and capture chocks on and chocks off time very accurately, and that can be used for billing. It's very easy to install, and of course it is ICAO Annex 14 compliant. So we have been tested by Airports Authority of India. We have tested this system on all types of aircrafts. Currently we are executing one of the largest Airports Authority of India order of 122 units across 9 airports of India. And we're also testing one system at GMR Hyderabad. So this is a video which shows how the system works. You can see the aircraft pulling up to the stopping point, and our system is guiding the aircraft. It identifies the aircraft type as an A320, and it asks the pilot to stop at the right point. It gives him the azimuth guidance to make sure the wheels are perfectly aligned on the center wheel under the stopping point, so that there is no issue in terms of safety, and also the access to the PBB is optimized. So a few recent pilot feedback reports of our system from Pune Airport. Currently, the system is installed already in all the 10 gates of Pune and 1 gate of Hyderabad. There is a POC underway. And you can see these are the feedbacks, real pilot feedbacks based on the usage of the system for docking their aircraft. Now I'm going to talk about the second product, which is WILCMS. It's again a complicated name, but what that does essentially is it uses technology and provides complete control to ATC to individually control and monitor airfield lighting. With that, what they are able to do is they're able to upgrade the category of the airport operation from category 1 to category 2 or category 3, make real-time decisions about which path the aircraft has to take upon landing or for takeoff, so that safety incidents and any issues can be averted by lighting the airfield appropriately with full control. In the past, these systems used to be all managed by ALCMS, which is circuit-based. And with that, limitations always exist as to how much granularity ATC has to be able to guide the aircraft from landing to the parking bay or from the parking bay to the takeoff point. But with this system, we can use this system on existing ALCMS systems from any vendor, integrate discrete systems without the need for any wiring. It is both wireless and wired based. And for wired, it uses the power line which is used to power up the LED lamps and the fixtures. So we use the same wires for communication, both wirelessly and from a wired perspective, and provide complete automation. So there's a host of features. I don't want to bore you with all the technical details, but in some, individual lamps can be monitored and controlled. You can do selective control and monitoring of airfield lamps for determining which path the aircraft has to take in the last minute. You can create a lot of virtual circuits. You can create hundreds of virtual circuits using our software. So ATC real-time can switch between the virtual circuits and pick the aircraft path. And then we have wireless and wired communication. Wireless is a fallback in case somebody cuts the wire. This happens very often on the air side. Somebody who's doing mowing the grass or something, he ends up cutting the wire, the electrical wire, and all of a sudden you have to service it and you don't know where the faults are, and that causes precious downtime on the air side, especially on the runway side. So this system would help alleviate the runway downtime and make it almost zero. And on top of that, this supports optimization of traffic volume, flexibility, maintainability, and airside safety. The system can automatically detect lamp failures, decreasing downtime and maintenance costs. So a small animation video of the system we are just showing. So the aircraft is just landing, as you can see. The approach lights, let me just scroll back. So you can see the system in operation. So ATC uses a dashboard to real-time make determination as to how they would like to control the airfield lighting. Each circuit can be controlled through the dashboard, and you can also identify where the faulty lamps are located and where the failures are. This way, the downtime of the runway is almost negligible, almost zero. So with that, I'm going to wind up this presentation. I hope it was useful enough for you all to get an idea about the two products Inixi has developed in collaboration with Airports Authority of India. I welcome you all to speak to us. We have a stall right here in front of this area, in the conference area. You can please come and stop by to learn more about it and see how you can collaborate with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Srinath sir. May I request Krunal to please present a memento to sir. Thank you for being here, showcasing your new technology. And I think the Airport Authority people are also very grateful to see you here. So he's the new startup from the Airport Authority. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Now it's my pleasure to request Group Captain R.K. Bali, retired Managing Director, Business Aircraft Operators Association. Sir is a stalwart of the aviation industry, and he would be talking about the opportunities and challenges in the business and the rotary aviation. Sir, all yours.
Thank you all. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you all. Actually, Bhavana has this ability to surprise me always. She told me it would be a fireside talk here. So my companion for fireside talk is perhaps needing to meet the minister for something urgent. So I will take on this task in his absence. I will just talk about the larger issues because many of the other issues have already been discussed. What we need to do for growth of business aviation in India to match with the requirement of Viksit Bharat 2030. We in Business Aircraft Operator Association have made a visionary plan for it, and it has room for everyone to contribute. But most importantly, I want to talk about, based on the previous experience, a collaborative mechanism has to be put in place in India. It started off sometimes in 2016-17 when the earlier secretary, Mr. Chaube, was at the helm of the affairs. He used to hold every month meeting with all the stakeholders with the participation of everyone who is involved in aviation some way or the other, including airlines, us, MROs, and there were discussions on each and every point, each and every challenges. And I did find I participated in 99% of the meeting, barring once or twice when I was out of the country. It did help to meet the requirements of the stakeholders and put us on the path of growth. In fact, today, the growth which you are seeing, which has happened in the past few years, is because of the efforts put at that time, because many issues were sorted out at that time. That is the first requirement. So towards that, we are now recommending to the new people in the ministry for a monthly stakeholder meeting between the all stakeholders to revive that practice which was there. The second important part is the civil-military collaboration, which has been thought of, which is not fully in place, but which has beginning to make a headway, which is happening. In MRO it was there, MRO people have talked about it. There is many aircraft which are used in military and civil and business aviation. So servicing them and outsourcing that to private player other than the IAF people doing it is on a long-term basis more sustainable and economical. So that is also being thought of. We heard about Udan scheme. This director for ministry was here. So he has talked about the seaplanes, and they have to, keep working on it. Though I was happy to see the realistic picture of 450 helipads and about 55 the water drones. Realistically speaking, going forward, we will need that ratio of use of this, these aircraft in the Udan scheme. There is going to be provided more and more by helicopter and not so much by the seaplanes, though it's a good idea to have seaplanes. And the connected part with that is the judicious use of a single engine aircraft, both in the helicopters as well as in the seaplanes. There are technical reasons for it. People in the know of how helicopters operate in the high altitude and what are the factors to be considered would say that single engine aircraft for commercial use for Udan scheme has to have happen, of course, putting in place the required safety safety concern and addressing the safety concern. For achieving affordability, this one of the NSCP, the one National Civil Aviation Scheme, national policy talks about affordability as one of the main, aims of achieving. We have to ensure that all the stakeholders get involved and affordability is achieved. So the fares have to be kept at a threshold which is above the threshold of ensuring sustainability of operations. Now, to do that, we have to ensure that all the unwanted charges are removed. In business aviation, we face some of the royalty issues. Some of the Uttarakhand government and other people are imposing royalty. We are fighting it. We are in the court. We want to get that rationalized. And recently, we achieved rationalization of the GST on helicopter sheet sharing basis. Some of the government were charging 18%, and we brought it down to 5%. A GST order was issued. Here I'll share the experience. It's important to present a well-researched and very objectively written papers to the government officials. That will strengthen their resolve to do something for you. Just coming and speaking and cribbing about it won't. I can tell you no government official has the power to change a rule unless he is having a paper which gives him a strength to put it across and get it passed. In the GST case, we can share the experience that when the GST press circular, they said that 5% on seat sharing basis for helicopter, but charters will continue to be at 18%. So we challenged that. We sent a reminder to the GST Council chairperson as well as to Ministry of Finance that from where you have brought in this 18%. And we quoted the court rulings which had clearly indicated that air transport operation has to be either 5% for economy or other than economy 12%. So from where the 18% has come. And I'm happy to share with you that in the final order of GST Council, they removed that 18% part. Why I'm bringing up this point is that it is important for us to know that when we have an issue to be raised with the ministry or with the regulator, we should do a deep, good research and present it in a very objective manner to see it gets through. No official can tell you, they will never tell you, okay, I'll get it done, unless he is empowered with that document to take it forward. So this is, we are also working for a few things like, it's a recent parliament question also, as I was updating my notes, ATF to be brought under GST. We are presenting, we are telling the state governments that in your own interest, because in the GST Council, everyone has to be on the same page for them to get it passed. So all are these efforts, and in the helicopter industry, challenges are many, but Udan scheme can only be successful through greater participation of helicopters. In fact, I had written a paper earlier after the third Udan scheme came up, and I said that you are hitherto connecting unconnected areas, not connecting the remote areas. Remote area connectivity in India will be only provided through helicopters, so give importance to that. Now I'm happy the more or more of helicopters coming than the fixed wing in this Udan scheme, and the future looks bright with the 80-90% participation by helicopter and just about 10% by fixed wing, another 5 to 10% by the seaplanes. To the aviation professionals, I have this thing to say. Let's remain judicious and open-minded while being very curious to learn and do the right things. And most importantly, Let's be fearless and objectively aggressive in speaking our mind and putting across our view to the government and the regulator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request you to come back on the stage to take a memento from us, please? Thank you so much. I know the audience is less, but we've recorded the whole thing and we'll be sharing it. So thank you for coming all the way, sir. So inviting everybody back tomorrow, we'll start around 10:45. We have the IPS officer, Mr. Vivek Shrivastava from Ministry of Home Affairs. We have Mr. Chokyal, we have the Aviation Sector Skill Council. So tomorrow we'll be talking on drones. We have Captain Narang from the Drone Association. So tomorrow we'll be having drones, skilling, and fire and safety as the main topics, and more networking. So welcome back everybody at 10:45 tomorrow. Thank you so much for your patience. And the industry presentations will also happen tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.